Test. We are seeing if the connection works properly. Claudio should be outside. Okay, so what we have to do is the connections. Okay. Okay. Works? Great. Now, works on the remote connection. Well, I think we do that. So yeah. Okay. Test. Does it work? Prova. Great. Okay, so welcome everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm very much glad and thrilled, first of all, to introduce the final event concluding our advanced course on innovation, growth, and international production. So for those of you who attended this tough, but I also hope very fruitful week, thank you very much for participating, for attending. And as usual, this has been a great opportunity and enrichment for us all, for the lecturers, for the department. And so thank you again. And then I'm, of course, very glad to welcome our friends and to introduce the workshop on big tech, corporate governance, and monopoly capitalism, which is aimed at presenting the Cambridge Journal of Economics special issue in memory and honor of Keith Colling. We have a very high-level lineup of distinguished speakers. I think that many relevant topics will be addressed today. Most of them are very much in relation with what we discussed during our week of course, and of course there are many issues that are on the top of the research agenda of many of us. I also would like to thank Nicolò, Vicente, Yelena, the faculty, the department, and all those who supported and contributed in order to make this possible. And so I'm really happy that finally we are here and that we can start this day of discussion and presentations all together. There is a live stream on the YouTube channel of the Department of Economics and Law of the Faculty of Economics. So thank you very much also for those attending online. And with no further ado, I will leave the floor to Phil Tomlinson and Chris Pitelis to introduce the day and give a sense of the special issue of this event in memory of Keith Colling and of the workshop of today. And then we will start with the first session of our workshop. So please, Phil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dario, and thank you, Dario, Claudio, and Andrea, and Valeria, and Hillier for organising this workshop. Really is a nice privilege to be here for hosting us. I think it's a really special occasion, something really nice to do, to have a workshop in honour of a special issue and also in honour of the late Keith Colling. So a little bit of background. I'm a former PhD student of Keith Colling, and so is Christos. Christos is the early 1980s. With Keith, I was the late 1990s. You might guess. And how I came to Keith's work probably is slightly different to how Christos came. I mean, back in the early 1980s, Keith was writing, well, had published Monopoly Capitalism, and a lot of people who went to Warwick, either as visitors or as PhD students, were really interested in what Keith was saying around the deficiencies of monopoly capitalism and the concentration of market power and the implications of that for political economy. And they were drawn to that, and they did some really great work, Christos among them. I was drawn to Keith's work as an undergraduate student. I was at Staffordshire University, and we were doing a course on the theory of the firm. And on our reading list was an edited book by a Barclays Bank lecturer in economics at Cambridge. It happened to be this chap, Christos. And there was a chapter in there which we were drawn to by Keith Colling and Roger Sugden on the theory of the firm. We were looking at the theory of the firm, and it was about strategic decision making and the concentration of strategic decision making, and this has implications for how we might understand what the theory of how firms act and who make decisions, and the implications of that for the public interest. And I was quite interested in that because it seemed to be a real step forward in understanding the black box of the firm, and it seemed to be a step forward from the Coase-Williamson type argument where around transaction costs. It seemed to be giving more insights into the theory of the firm. Step forward 2 or 3 years later, I was very fortunate to get a scholarship to go to Warwick to do a PhD, to do a master's actually, and I did Keith's course on the master's program there, and Keith very much liked to celebrate his PhD students, his research students. So obviously a lot of that course around his research interest of political economy, but also he would celebrate his former PhD students, and often we'd be reading a lot of the papers that his former PhD students or present PhD students were writing, including there was a nice section that section of papers that Christos had written around the social ownership of the means of production, or SOMP as it became known. And so step forward to this special issue. I obviously went and did a PhD with Keith after my master's. We looked at we did some work on Japan, the hollowing out of Japanese industry, and the big concerns about the growth of transnational corporations and the impact that has on economies. But I happened to, whilst I was doing my PhD, I had the real good fortune of going on some summer schools, one of which was to Ferrara summer school, which Christos happened to. I finally met Christos. He turns up with a cake at the Foresteria in Ferrara, which is where all the students were kept for this 2-week summer school. We had a nice evening with Christos, and David Bailey was there, and a few others as well. So I would joke, you see, that Christos kind of introduced me to Keith's work indirectly through his book, and Keith kind of introduced me personally to Christos. So that is that. But coming to the special issue, I ended up working with Keith for many years during my PhD and afterwards. And obviously Keith sadly passed away 7 years ago now. And Christos and I did a tribute article, kind of a memoriam, a short article in IGIO, the International Journal of Industrial Organization, which is a kind of a journal that Keith has set up back in the 1980s. It's pretty much a mainstream journal now in industrial organization. So probably the only time I'll ever get a chance to publish in that journal. But we had a nice little piece in there, and they published it. And we talked about, well, about 40 years, 2022, when Monopoly Capitalism was published. And we came up with the idea through informal discussions about hosting a special issue of the CJE. And I think Keith had a kind of an interesting relationship with the CJE over the years, and that's very true. But he did write Monopoly Capitalism in 1978-79 at Cambridge. He's also faculty at Cambridge. So I think it was, the CJE is a very respected journal, highly respected journal, and has a certain prestige, but and particularly in heterodox circles, because it is quite pluralistic. And Christos really, even on the editorial board, he pulled a lot of strings and did a lot of good work to get this special issue going. So a lot of credit here to Christos getting the special issue up and running. And the initial idea around thinking about big tech and corporate power and bringing monopoly capitalism up to date in a sense, in the context of the changes in capitalist society and modern society, I think really a lot of credit there to Christos. In terms of the articles here, a really, really strong lineup, but I can probably say it now, but I had to referee the paper by Dario and Andrea and Claudio. I was the first reviewer on that, and when I read it, I thought, wow, what much today? I thought Keith would really like this, because it was about strategic decision making and the dominance of Amazon. And we're going to hear about that this morning. And I thought, well, that was a really nice paper, and it's a pity Keith wasn't around to read it, because he would have really, really appreciated that paper. We did the special issue. We've got a really fantastic set of papers. Really proud of it. Came out at the end of last year, so we made the 40th anniversary. So we're really pleased about that. Again, we had to pull a few strings out, make sure we got that issue in at the death, really. I thank you all for hosting us and putting us on today. I think we're going to have a really great day, and thanks again. Christoph, would you like to say a few words?
Just 3 things. One is something that ideally, I feel I strongly started collecting bits and pieces about what we remember from kids. And I came up with some ideas, like, for example, when we were playing five-a-side and bits and pieces like this. And I forgot the most important aspect of how I got to know him. Yeah. Better.
Yeah.
So when we were collecting memorabilia, I forgot what is probably the most important aspect of getting to know him. And I'm glad to get this opportunity to actually mention it just for the sake of it. And that was basically when he was about to decide whether to accept me or not to accept me for a PhD. And that was serious stuff at the time. It was a bit like, as we say in the special issue, I mean, he could make, when he looked at me, he could make Clint Eastwood feel like a lady. He really was, he had a very severe look. And basically, he said to me, okay, take this. And he gave me the script of Monopoly Capitalism, not published yet, because I was there in 81 and I was about to be published. So basically, and he said, send me comments by tomorrow. So I stayed out all night. I read the book all night, and at the morning, 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, around 7, I put under his bed a 40 pages essay, which I remember, which I since tried to find, and I haven't found it, and I feel so sorry about it, because what I recall is the last section was called the missing revolution. And the reason that I'm saying this is that this plagues the left at that time since and forever, because he had all of these fantastic proposals, but the only way they could be implemented is by a left-wing government with real power to implement this. And according to Marx, the only way to do this is to actually have a revolution. Now, these days, the revolution is not even a dream, it's a utopia, but whatever the case, how on earth a government can implement some of the policies we have in mind, and this could be actually Heath-like policies and many others, remains a big challenge. And it's becoming bigger and bigger. I mean, the only other thing to say is that in bringing together this special issue, I was actually shocked to see how alike many people think, and therefore how this special issue can actually bring together minds that you wouldn't know they were thinking alongside and in the same way. So this is, and that gives me the opportunity to actually come up with a commercial, and this is that at the CJE, we are looking for special issues on very topical issues. So if anybody is interested, they can get in touch with some of us. With that, I finish and I pass the floor to Phil. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christos. I'm going to leave the stage now because I think we're on to the first session, which is digital platforms, globalization of finance. I think you're chairing, Dario.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, so I think we can quickly move to the first session of the day because we are quite on time. So I think we can take advantage of our being so much, let's say, close to our schedule, unexpectedly. So Chris is already here. I would invite Claudio, Malcolm, and Elena Relic on the floor, so we can start the first session of the day, which is on digital platforms, globalization, and finance. And the title will be. Okay. No, Chris is okay. We can leave it there. Okay, as our schedule is quite tight, I would avoid saying much as an introduction, as we will have quite dense presentations and hopefully a little bit of discussion in the end. We agreed on about 15, 20-ish minutes presentations, no more than that, and then about 5-10 minutes discussion and a Q&A with the audience in the end. So just to mention how things start, because I was asked to comment a book on current dynamics of capitalism and concentration of power by an Italian economist, and by discussing this book, we starting sketch some ideas about how big tech and Amazon in particular as an archetype could be an example of reshaping, not in the substance, but in the shape of how things and power concentration take place. And so with Claudio and Andrea, we start thinking about a paper that could fit in this wonderful special issue that we are honored and pleased to be part of. And so just with this thought, I want to start by leaving the floor to Chris for the first presentation, which is entitled Big Tech and Platform-Enabled Multinational Corporate Capitalism, the Socialization of Capital and the Private Appropriation of Social Value. So the floor is yours. Let me just share the screen. Okay. Yeah, this should be. Okay.
Very much, Dario. Thanks for the introduction and everything. I have to say that I was under the impression that the draft presentation about what summarizes all of Kick's work would be at the beginning, not the end. And I only found out that they decided somehow to put it at the end. Which means that I'm not going to say too much about it, because I thought that would be at the end of the presentation. But I would get the opportunity to give you some stories and background, because I don't have very many slides. Now,
I think I can move it from here.
that's good. So the aim of this presentation is to revisit Keith Dowling's Monopoly Capitalism alongside Stephen Heimer's Multinational Corporate Capital in the digital platform-enabled big tech era. What this bullet means basically is that much of what Keith said was closely linked to the work of Stephen Heimer, and it's difficult to separate the two, especially after Keith has actually developed with Roger Sutton a subsequent book called Transnational Monopoly Capitalism, which was very much Heimerian. But there are differences. And then the second thing I want to do, the differences and scope for further integration. The second aim is to explore the role of socialization of capital and financialization in complementing their ideas and helping assist prediction. Now, it's a very long paper, this one. I was pleased that the journal allowed me to sort of publish 14,000 words in there. So there are too many things to cover, and I won't cover them. But by way of background, socialization of capital is a shorter version for what Phil called SOM, and what he kindly said that it came to be known as. By that, he meant to mean himself, basically, because nobody else knows what it means. And in fact, what it means is that in my PhD thesis, which subsequently became a monograph with Cambridge University Press, I actually made the point that if you expand the idea of Marx, that capitalism is about social production with private appropriation, what we were observing, even at the time, and that was all 40 years ago, over 40 years ago, was basically a socialization of the ownership of the means of production, which sounds very non-left, but if you that was combined with private appropriation, and the whole idea was much of the idea had to do. Thank you. Some of the idea had to do with the pension funds, and the pension funds is currently a huge issue because the pension funds own a huge percentage of wealth in most economies where there are occupational pension funds. To such an extent that Drucker, a famous management guru, has actually called it the pension fund revolution, and he was claiming that in effect workers are now running, controlling the capitalist economy because most of the funds are actually owned eventually by workers. There is an element of truth in that, although an element of truth in the sense that ownership lies with the workers, but control lies actually with institutional investors, and the workers often don't even know where they are investing. I'll give you one example, which may be shocking and maybe explaining why everybody in Britain is on strike at the moment. Since I went to Leeds, I found out that I rarely look at these things, but I look at my pension statement and found out I had contributed something like X thousand pounds to my pension funds, which are invested in shares. I've been there almost 4 years, and these people managed in 4 years to reduce my pension fund by 50%, which means you really have to be very specialized in incompetence to be able to do this, because in my private investments in the same period, I managed to increase it by 20%, which I'm not impressed. I have friends which actually in 4 years they make 100% rate of return. I think 20% is modest, but to lose in 4 years 50%, you really have to be specialized in competence. Now, this is, so I was shocked by this. So I realized that basically not only we have no control over our pension funds, we don't even know where our pension funds are being invested. All we know is that they are invested in the stock market. But this has simultaneously two things. We are owning this means of production, quote unquote, the socialization of capital, but we have zero control over it, or very limited control over it. And but in addition to this, we are invested in the system, which I can't help being worried that the stock market is not doing well, because my pension depends on the stock market. So if you take the combination of the whole thing, you have a very beautiful system whereby we are all invested in the system. And that was 45 years ago, but that was the beginning. I think, and this is what this article is trying to say, with big tech and financialization, that went actually to the next level. And the next level is actually, one could call it multinational corporate monopoly capitalism or whatever was in the title I forgot. Anyway, so this is what I'm trying to do. Now, the reason I'm saying that the paper is trying to do other things, I also thought to make a methodological contribution in this by actually saying to what extent we could use the work of Towling and Heimer to ask the question whether good for purpose theory, assisted by good for purpose methods, can afford predictions at the macro as well as the micro and meso levels. And what it means by this, you will see in economics, we make predictions about the micro level daily. We say if the price of potatoes goes up, we will buy fewer potatoes. This is a prediction. We also make predictions at the meso level. We say that if prices go up in an industry, there will be entry in the industry because other companies will be attracted. But we rarely make predictions at the macro level. Partly this is because neoclassical economics is not designed to deal with predictions, because at the macro level, because it assumes equilibrium and is basically comparative static based. But what about all this good old classical economic tradition to make predictions about some sort of predictions at the macro level. I mean, Marx was doing it, others were doing it. Are we perhaps too shy in doing this? And I'm asking to what extent the right theory, good theory and good methodology can actually help you make some macro level predictions. And this by applying their arguments to digital platform enabled big tech and leveraging the Marx-inspired idea of social value cooperation with private value capture / appropriation, and the Hilferding-inspired concept of finance capital, which was a fusion between industrial and financial capital. Now, Hilferding in 1910 has written a book that at the time was viewed by most Marxists as the fourth volume of Capital, because it was taking the capital to the next phase. It was already talking about shareholder, stock public companies, and was also talking about some sort of version of internationalization of production, in part linked to under effective demand pressures, etc. But in my mind, the fundamental, and not in everybody's mind, because everybody takes from Hilferding what they want. But in my mind, the most important thing was in the title, and that basically said that as capitalism develops, industrial capital and financial capital fuse, merge in what he called finance capital. So finance doesn't mean financial, it means a fusion between finance and industrial capital. So basically, that was almost at the heart of the Heimerian thesis, although Heimer never really cited Hilferding or knew about Hilferding. And that was started creating a famous tradition in economics, which then included the likes of Baran and Suisse, and in this tradition also, starting with Rosa Luxemburg, of course. So Luxemburg, and then Baran and Suisse, and then Keith Cowling. And Keith Cowling is basically the end, or in an era of evolution of this monopoly capitalist ideas. And his major contribution is not just that he said something that other people had not said, but is the fact that being an expert in neoclassical economics, he was able, with a small team of people that included his mate, his supervising Mike Watterson, and then later his collaborators like Malcolm Sawyer, to actually produce one of the most fundamental contributions in industrial organization, which, without mentioning it, it was basically formalizing the Kaleckian degree of monopoly thesis. So they produced a mathematical variant, which among other things had the beauty of actually deriving the Herfindahl index of concentration from the mathematics. And that is actually one of the rare cases where you actually see that mathematics can have, it's not just to be said that it has no value at all. So anyway, so that was a major contribution. But what I'm saying here, how long ago? 5 minutes? 6?
Same.
That's okay. I think I may. So basically what Keith has done is integrating Kalecki with Steinbill. Steinbill was another 52 major contribution, and he predated some of the major ideas in neoclassical economics. In Steinbill, you find the strategic entry deterrence argument that then became famous and gave a Nobel Prize, among other contributions, to Michael Spence at Harvard. It's all in Steinbill. And he said that there is excess capacity. Some of it is unintentional, but some of it is intentional as a strategic barrier to entry. Huge contribution. So Keith took Kalecki, Steinbill, and later Heimer to an advanced modern industrial organization theory, founder of the International Journal of Industrial Organization. And now it's almost totally mainstream IO journal, unless you basically do advanced maths, you don't even get there. To show that advanced capital economies are controlled by a handful of multinational oligopolies, and in so doing, it engenders through collusive practices by them and restrictive practices, in effect, engenders stagnation and undermines democracy. So then his work became how to address this issue. He proposed alternatives to monopoly capitalism that entailed a more democratic decision-making in the context of national and international webs, SMEs, and clusters. And that actually is this continuous fascination with Third Italy, Emilia Romagna, and all of these things, clusters, etc., as well as the link with Ferrara Institute was a beautiful thing where we had fantastic coffee and ice cream, among other things. And anyway, these were the good old days. And where I was going to fantastic restaurant with Patricio Bianchi, I had the best food in my life. But anyway, let me not remember this thing. So, my name had actually started with directly with multinationals. He was the founder of what we call today the IB. I'm actually heading the IB department in Leeds, which accidentally, nothing to do with me, everything to do with Peter Buckley, came up #1 in the world 3 months ago in a published article. So very proud of this. But point is that Heimer, being a Marxist economist, founded a totally non-Marxist field of inquiry because IB is as conventional, as conservative as you can go. You rarely find some heterodox ideas in it. But anyway, now Heimer's multinational capital advanced 2 theses and published them in the American Economic Review, believe it or not, where he also became an editor. Try to think of a Marxist becoming an editor of the American Economic Review today. It just gives you a sense of how things have progressed backwards. And he proposed the dual law of increasing firm size. He explained that for some reasons, firms have the tendency to become bigger and bigger. And the correspondence principle being basically that transnational corporations are transplanting the image to, they are basically shaping the world to their image and create superior and inferior people and superior and inferior states. But the elites of the inferior quote-unquote states, the developing countries, are actually joining them to share in the surplus, hence undermining democracy and development in the developing countries. And then he proposed a form of socialism. Anyway, my contributions here were basically to say that if you take Marx's idea of social production with private appropriation, Hilferding's finance, capital, and financialization, then what digital platform-based firms do is basically to extend this to the next level through their fungibility, economies of scale and scope, the leveraging of excess capacity available throughout the economy, and a business model that actually is based mostly on breaking money through data use and advertising. They kill all birds with one stone. And basically they manage simultaneously to expand internationally much faster than before with very limited FBI, as very correctly Grazia said yesterday. They increase their bargaining power vis-a-vis everybody, and basically they introduce some compliance and trigger finance capital of the Hilferding type, exactly because through their power, it's very easy to enter financial institutions. It's called the fintech, TechPig, and all of these things. Basically, most of these companies are also becoming financial companies. So there is an increasing fusion, bringing in effect the Hilferding thesis back. So I'm finishing. I would like to basically say that based on this, we could make some speculative, highly speculative predictions. So the last section of my paper is a bit like science fiction. Some people would say conspiracy, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Whenever I come up with the idea of quote unquote a conspiracy, then reality is much, much worse. And I would predict a continuation of the socialization of the means of production alongside private appropriation, including digitization, markets for ideas, control of rare resources, intra and extraterrestrial extensions of life, and even singularity. That is Today, this morning, I was reading that Musk got approval to put this chip in our minds. This is the singularity principle. That is the idea that basically all our ideas eventually remain alive after our death. It's not bad. Imagine if you have Einstein's ideas in some sort of computer. It's happening. Today, he got approval. Increasing maldistribution of income, negative externalities, regulatory capture and/or state monopoly finance capitalism, intra and extraterrestrial imperialism, even alongside intentionally populistic and international state rivalry, undermining of democracy and sustainability, addressed through the pauperization and exit from Earth. That is, they pauperize everybody, that helps with the environmental climate change, but then they go to Mars. And Mars is the next big idea. Again, if you read today, there's big news about Elon Musk. Developing country elites join in the distribution of the surplus, but not always, and or compete through state monopoly capitalism. This is what China is doing. So, and this is a different game altogether, introducing some geopolitical tensions. I mean, as some sort of quote unquote, in terms of the hopes for the future, I don't hope for anything. But I would say that there is a limited scope for improvement through the building of the commons, local voluntaristic actions, and reclaiming of local and private space and control, exit within Earth. Exit within Earth means actually just exiting the system one way or the other. I mean, because most people actually, whoever can do this, they do it with them, rather than being controlled by two mobiles, wherever. Here. Anyway, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Keith, for this, let's say, inspiring presentation. And I won't say optimism for our crowd of PhD students, not only PhD students, but still. So we move fastly to the next presentation, which is by Claudio Cozza, University of Naples, Partenope. He will present our joint work on monopoly capital in the time of digital platforms, a radical approach to the Amazon case, but with some follow-ups. So, please, Claudio, you can use this.
Thank you. First of all, let me say I'm very happy to be here today, and also we have contributed to the special issue. Not only because in 2022 it was 40 years since the publication of this book, but also it was exactly 20 years since I met Keith at the summer school in Carrara. So I felt obliged to send a paper to this special issue. This is a paper jointly written with Dario and Andrea Poveri. Let me give some guidelines to our paper, but I think to monopoly capitalism as we can see today. To me, to us, a very relevant issue is that monopoly capitalism, as in its work, was able to include some aspects that were usually excluded by mainstream economic theory. For instance, in this book, the micro and meso elements that enter a more macroeconomic framework, so the typical Baranese-Wheezy monopoly capital. Then very relevant is a different notion of economic power that is beyond market power and is based on control. Although this enters Cowling's following works with Roger, Chris, and others. Let me stress, as Chris was saying, that control is a key element also in Heimer, and both in Heimer in his MIT PhD thesis, so when he was neoclassical, and then in his Marxist phase at the end of his life. So control is a key also in our work. Then, of course, the relevance of history, especially economic industrial history, and so using historical facts to define economic archetypes. Some would call this the dialectics of the abstract and the concrete, some philosophers. And as a consequence, monopoly is not an abstract market structure, as in mainstream economics, but is the economy at a certain stage of development. And so, to give an old quotation, competition and monopoly are not two different and antagonist elements. So there is no formula, it is a movement. Monopoly produces competition, and competition produces monopoly. It's quite an old quotation, 1 year before the manifesto and 20 years before the publication of the first book of the Capital. So starting from this, we applied these concepts and guidelines to digital platforms. Why? Because there is a huge concentration of economic power. Many empirical facts suggest this, so we don't need to go through these. More, maybe we highlighted a concentration of technological power, for instance, highlighting the number of acquisitions of startups. Here we do some artificial intelligence acquisitions by large big tech. This is partially excluded, as I said before, in mainstream approach to digital platforms, so that they limit to the view of digital platforms as a eventually new business model, with good explanation on one side only, that is the market aspect is developing demand side and two-sided market network effects, as we know. And so platforms are seen as a cohesion dream. So as in from the Coase 1937 first relevant article. However, what we learned from Keith and his scholars is that there is an excessive emphasis on only the transaction side of the Coase 1937 paper, market transaction costs, while the other aspect that is the starting point of his own analysis is that the notion of economic planning is excluded from mainstream economics reading Coase. And so this is crucial for us, coming in 1998, and we start from there. So if in this economic tradition, what is planning production is planning production from a single strategic decision-making center, that was a multinational, then transnational corporation in the literature starting from late Heimer, is today the large digital, big tech, large digital platforms. So we try and say that the digital platforms are an evolution of large transnational corporations that extend, as Gracia and others said, this control, that is a key element, to all possible directions. So of course, towards suppliers, competitors, clients, as in the mainstream approach, but also in other directions, namely labor and with the fragmentation of labor and governments. That is partially the object of this presentation. However, we highlight some discontinuities. That is, we perfectly know the monopolization of personal, behavioral, and economic information, a pervasive commodification of everything, basically. And also, since we try and say that large digital platforms are an evolution of transnational corporation, a change in the way FDI are undertaken by these platforms. So what has been called FDI likeness, that is different from large transnational corporations. So we try and synthesize this in a table where we are developing this table where we compare the 20th century transnational corporation and digital platforms, because the capitalistic phase has changed from the managerial to the neoliberal phase. We are shifting from a manufacturing-based economy to a more servitized, service-oriented economy. There are very different strategic objectives and drivers of growth. but we try and highlight more the second part. So, as said, we have FDI likeness in the sense that these platforms select what they want to buy or greenfield investments they perform abroad. And this is different from the massive FDI approach that the large transnational corporations in the second half of the 20th century did. And then the control over labor force, of course, is now it's called the digital terrorism. I'm sure today and these days has been highlighted. Even more, we would like to highlight the change in the control over governments. So what is the relation between big tech, large capital firms and governments? In the paper published, we highlighted several aspects of this control by an capital firm like Amazon, that, for instance, on the more mainstream side, is increasing its revenues vis-a-vis its, let's say, suppliers, clients, competitors. We don't even know how to say. So other firms that sell on Amazon are clients or competitors or what vis-a-vis Amazon. And on the other side, a control and extension of the control of the labor force, for instance, we perfectly know fragmentation of labor and anti-union strategies. But then there was the last point, is how does do big tech face this extend this control over governments? So we are moving to something else that is a new joint work with Dario and Andrea. And so our idea was, as Chris was saying, the power of big tech, of Elon Musk and Tesla and Starlink towards the world economy. But we also got a suggestion from the last sentence of Keith's Monopoly Capital book in its introduction. Say basically in this book he did not touch the social implication of monopoly capital, and also, perhaps more importantly, he largely avoided the issues of imperialism. So we said, well, maybe imperialism is the right direction. So we are moving forward in this work towards merging very old ideas of imperialism studies, namely Hobson, Irving, and Lenin, and the monopoly capital tradition, starting with the Baron and Sweezy, to show what are the economic rules of war. Why? Because we believe that the relation between large digital corporations and government is nowadays more and more a mutual dependency. Because on the one side, there is this dominance of technology, knowledge, and information that platforms develop both at home and abroad, and growing contradictions and conflicts between corporation and governments. The military sector is, of course, a key sector to look at, and it's another story. So we mentioned Mario's works some time ago, is still a key way to understand the role of giant corporations today. But we have day by day also what Chris was mentioning, how Musk or Bezos or Schmidt or all the other big tech leaders enter the decision on words. And so what is the digital platforms military nexus today? Again, to explain this, we try to go back and see whether what we are looking at now is already explained by past scholars. And so, of course, we recall Lenin's imperialism definition, especially the dominance of monopoly and the financial capital. Of course, export of capital instead of export of commodities, but even more, it is worth recalling John Hobson when he says war is not irrational. It seems to be irrational, but it has very rational economic motivations. So while a completely socialist state would avoid imperialism, but also an intelligent and laissez-faire democracy, liberal democracy, would avoid imperialism. Why do we have imperialism? Because in a state in which certain well-organized business interests are able to outweigh the weak diffuse interests of the community, then we have imperialism and war. In this view, again, some very short guidelines. For us, the state and the market are not alternative or complementary institutions. Better, there is this interdependence or mutual dependency of governments and private capital, and trying to investigate how this evolved over time. Why do we use imperialism theory? Because we believe the state is an internal force to the process of capitalistic accumulation, and there lie the economic roots of war. We have violence and conflicts as a natural outcome of the activities that national states do supporting private capital needs. So they need to open up new markets, they need to get raw material sources, having new trade routes and logistic hubs, prevent competitors maybe coming from other countries, and so on. In particular, what Baroness Wisi do following Lenin is to identify the giant oligopolistic firm as the fundamental driver of surplus generation. And so we have to start from the giant oligopolistic firms today, big tech, and look at on the state side, on the military sector. I go fast because I'm late. How do we have this military digital platforms network? Basically, because they use the same digital technologies that are vital for both private markets and the military. There is a corporation-specific knowledge that is hardly accumulated or transferred elsewhere, and some forms of neo-digital colonialism. On the one side, the expansion of political and economic dominance is linked more and more to technological developments done by large technological firms. Starlink, used by the Ukrainian military forces, Starlink donated by Elon Musk. But on the other side, large digital platforms come from public investment in the internet in the last decades, or public procurement and military related R&D today. We have some evidence on that, but I go very fast on this. It is increasing the total value of big tech contracts with especially the Department of Defense and other federal agencies of the US government. So the Department of Defense more and more dependent on big tech. There are specific relevant technologies, cloud, drones, reality visors, and so on, that are provided by big tech to the military sector. And yes, and also we provide in this forthcoming work qualitative evidence of specific actions of big tech in supporting war in one direction, of course, and not the other, in which the military forces are dependent on big tech. I conclude. In this idea, digital platforms mark a discontinuity in the evolution of the transnational corporations. So it is an evolution, but it changes shapes. There is a growing control of key technological infrastructures. but as we are saying, when we look at the console of big tech vis-a-vis governments, there is not one way console, but a mutual dependency that is well represented by the military sector today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Claudio. I think we can move to Malcolm Sawyer presentation. Sorry, Mike was, yeah. So Malcolm Sawyer, University of Leeds, we are very pleased to have you here today, and Malcolm will present the paper entitled Monopoly Capitalism in the Past 4 Decades. And of course, this is again part of the special issue. And so let me just share your presentation. Here it is. Okay.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and to be able to participate. And I think sometimes looking back on not the last 40 years, but also looking back over the last 40 years of the lives of many of us, the level of looking back over the lives of what we've lived through over the past 4 decades. So this is a bit of a historical experience for me. Okay, I'll go a bit closer. I did one. What I hope to get through is summarising the 5 points here. I suspect I might not get to the end, but so I want to really look at this experiences of monopoly, what I would call monopoly capitalism, or the structure of the industry over the last 40 years. I want to argue that monopoly capitalism can be seen as actually existing neoliberalism, and I explain what I mean by that, and the worship of markets, but the doctrines of neoliberalism operate to support monopoly capitalism and its development. In the recent decades, the evolution has been from forms of national, effectively with national monopoly capitalism to transnational monopoly capitalism. At the time that Keith was writing on that was beginning here, and that transition was already underway, and that was reflected in Keith's book with Robert Sugden in 1987, I think. I also want to just mention the processes of financialization, which are relevant, I think, for the evolution of monopoly capitalism, and then just make some remarks about recent trends in concentration and market power, which I would argue are consistent with the sort of monopoly capitalism analysis. The ideas that going back to, well, Gillespie, Baron and Sweezy, that there will be trends in the direction of rising market power and rising concentration. And there's what we have observed has been broadly consistent with that. And then finally, just make a few remarks about ideas of secular stagnation. Again, the idea that there was a theme, I think, which comes in his work, but also going back to Steiner and Gillespie, that secular stagnation, well, in a variety of ways, be associated with monopoly capitalism, or the other way around. Monopoly capitalism will tend to generate slower and unemployment stagnation. So the era since about 1980, maybe a little bit further back than that, has often been described in terms of the rise of neoliberalism. We've mentioned Thatcher, Reagan, the shift there, although they all can trace it back a bit before then. Financialization. Again, people view the rise of financialization as at least taking off around about 1980, although I would put it back a bit further than that. But, and also globalization. We can look to some extent where better financialization and globalization now, whether the trends are going in the other, not in the direction, but he's leveling off with that. So maybe for another day. So, as I make here, the monopoly capitalism clearly existed before 1980, and it's always been involved with ideas of neoliberalism. and argue the continued spread of monopoly capital has been aided by the doctrines of neoliberalism. So just make here the point that monopoly capitalism could be viewed in terms of national monopoly capital, rather than much of the analysis would effectively of large corporations inside the national economy, although there was always reflections on the involvement in both transnationals and so forth and international competition. But much of the analysis, and at a time when, after the United States and the United Kingdom and Europe was dominant in terms of they were the industrial powers, as it were, and so and they were not, in a sense, competing with much outside of that grouping. They were drawing on raw materials and so from elsewhere. But I think the analysis on the whole was only exaggerating it. And we've heard enough of, I think, or a great deal of how this has evolved over the last 40, 50 years into a much clearly transnational monopoly capital, or the growth of global value chains, the production across many countries and so forth. But the important aspect of that is that it has been the development of transnational monopoly capitalism has taken the levels of concentration and market power to the transnational level, where to a large extent was within the nation before, but and now it's got moved to the transnational level. And this is just a quote from Melanie Foster, who comes from the the monthly review school, the Baron Sweezy type of analysis, and indicating that the ways that even Keith and others were analysing this shift that was from towards the concentration and centralisation of capital on a world scale. I wanted to make some remarks about financialisation. Again, this is an area where, particularly, I think that the monthly review school and the work of Sweezy has emphasised the role of financialisation or the growth of the financial sector. Just to indicate what the ways that people look at financialisation, we could spend many days on discussing what is meant by financialisation, but I think the significant one I would point to is especially the Jerry Epstein's definition in terms of the increase in role of financial motives, markets, actors, and institutions in the operation of domestic and international economies. I take somehow how far this fits in with the monopoly capital in terms of the increasing emphasis on, I think, financial motives, and I would put this in to relate that perhaps to for example, the rise of private equity, that the control of firms is much more now linked, perhaps focused on profits rather than production. But I think also others have looked at it in a number of other ways. And I just pick out this one, the Krippner, who identifies four broad themes, particularly the ascendancy of shareholder value. And I think actually I will link that to some degree with the way the monopoly capital then operates. And the Van der Slaan, the financialization of the regime of accumulation, the financialization of the modern corporation, the way that the corporation operates, and also the financialization of the everyday. That's just how greater involvement is compared with the financial system. So I would think to some extent this with the some of the arguments that Keith and others put forward and in terms of the monopoly capital. So there's as I indicated, a strand within the financialisation literature which is involved in the pursuit of shareholder value. Now, I think the link to be made is that I think coming from Frank Kaletsky, but also I think it comes in Calvin's work and others, that it wasn't that the profits were being maximised, but that the surplus was being maximised, and then battles over how that surplus was to be shared out amongst payments to top managers, rents to others, but also in terms of reported profit. So that and one of the aspects of the rise of the pursuit of shareholder value has been, on the one side, to increase the overall surplus, and also that some of that surplus will go to shareholders. That's the pursuit of shareholder value, but also top managers are going to be paid off for that, and so that in the financialisation literature, I think, has led to arguments that the pursuit of shareholder value will not perhaps not surprisingly come at the expense of workers in terms of pressurising down wages, but also at the expense of the reinvestment of profits into investments. So I quote here a survey I wrote around 5 years ago about the study, the literature on financialisation and the effects of financialisation on investment and innovation, on income distribution and inequality. And what I want to argue here is that the general thrust of those studies is that financialisation of the result of those studies is consistent with the monopoly capitalism type of approach, and that financialisation is something that's kind of reinforcing aspects of monopoly capitalism. So you can read that. The general conclusion is that financialisation, along with a range of other factors such as trade union and collective bargaining, does impact on the distribution of income, particularly on the shares of income between labour and capital. And the findings are in line with the expectation that financialisation literature, that financialisation raises the profit share and diminishes the labour share of income. So I think one of the aspects of monopoly capital is that the rising concentration of market power will lead to a shift in the share of share of profits, and that is being reinforced by the way the financialisation has operated by a number of cases. The next part, I just quote a few papers without doing a very detailed study, but I think one could argue that a number of people pointed out, often working there, not entirely, but mainly working in some more mainstream, but they're not the Reverend Davis and Lugancy. But that concentration has been rising, perhaps not dramatically, but rising, and also in areas like the high tech industry. One could argue that there are very high levels of concentration, much greater than perhaps we've experienced previously. One of the first papers I published in 1971 was on rising concentration in the UK. And at that time, concentration was rising quite rapidly in the UK. And it then seemed to, a few years later, more level off, but I think the rapid is perhaps not so dramatic, but became return to rising concentration levels. And also, perhaps one notices it in terms of obviously in high tech, we also used to think that in terms of being located in manufacturing, but we just start thinking about the concentration, say, in the service sector, the concentration of supermarkets, for example, or the concentration of clothing retail. These are really quite substantial high levels of concentration. So I think this, again, that broadly fits in with the what one might be expected from the monopoly capitalism approach. Then I also just quote a few people, that have argue that again, markups have been increasing. Because we've sometimes returned to this argument in the last few months about whether the rise in markups is also contributing to inflation, when there's been kind of profits inflation. But others were arguing quite some time back that there's been a general rise in markets. And there does seem, certainly in parallel with that, a rise in the share of profits rate in national income. That's just a few more points to the same extent. Although I haven't really mentioned here, I think also one of the links with big tech and so forth is the way in which this rise in market power arises, and some part which we have observed was in effect the role of mergers and acquisitions. And one of the attributes again of big tech has been the way in which any smaller company developing some new idea is immediately acquired by Google or Facebook or Meta. So that I think it has been that, and what we observed to some degree back in the 70s and 80s, that a significant part of the rising concentration came from mergers and acquisitions. And I think big tech has also displayed that in terms of the way that securing their position through acquisition. The last point I mentioned is speculative stagnation. As indicated, that ideas of secular stagnation often been associated with monopoly capitalism. I've just put a quote here in terms of what has been happening to growth rates. I think rather than general decline in many Western countries, Western European countries, and also in the United States and elsewhere. But yesterday, we're from Italy and the UK, we're in the face of the storm, as it were, in terms of probably the two countries that have experienced not quite the greatest decline in growth, but some of the parts of it. I think the particular points to look at is partly the effect of monopoly capitalism on the general level of demand, of the shift from wages to profits and so forth. But also, and I think what I kind of like to raise, and perhaps it's a more general question, I didn't have this particular paper. Obviously, a lot of this session has been devoted to technological change, yet much looks as though technological change, or at least I've mentioned by things like productivity, has slowed down. There's that well-known saying from Bob Solow, that the effects of, I think in this case, it was written now 30 years ago, the effects of computerization is everywhere except in the productivity statistic. Another aspect, without looking at some of this, was the generally the research and development expenditure in countries, is as reported, has risen relative to GDP, yet we seem to get a slowing down. Whether there's some quirk in the way these things are measured, but it does seem that the effects of monopoly capitalism, and I will also say of financialization, has not been to, in any sense, promote technical change, and have been some kind of slowing down in it. And that, to some extent, not entirely, perhaps could relate to the way the monopoly capitalism works. I've now got 4 more slides in conclusion, but I will forego those.
No, you have a minute if you would like to.
We'll stop there.
Okay, so thank you very much, Malcolm, and we can stop sharing. So we have now 7-ish minutes for Jelena Relic discussion, and then we open the floor to the audience for further questions and answers. So please.
Thanks. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all your presentations. I enjoyed reading the papers, very dense, a lot of arguments. I think that the last presentation actually sets the stage, or it should set the stage for today's discussion. Martin Sawyer said, argued that how the worship of markets, globalization, and financialization have reinforced monopoly capitalism and its evolution from national to transnational monopoly capitalism. Then Claudia brought it to another level, arguing that thanks to the control of suppliers, workers, customers, and even the relationship with the state, enabled by data, led to the evolution from transnational monopoly capitalism to big platforms. I have a question for Martin Sawyer. Considering the recent developments, he said that the three main tendencies are worship of markets, globalization, and financialization, sort of neoliberal agenda and Washington consensus. Considering the recent developments, and in particular, I think I would argue that there are some discontinuities in the sense, tendencies to globalization, or better to say, idea of shortening global value chains and nearshoring, formation of trade blocks, and so on, especially enhanced with the rise of China, pandemic, and the war in Ukraine. So I think this is the one sort of discontinuity with the previous state of art. And also there is sort of a step back, even in case of the worship of markets, right? Because you're seeing the introduction of export controls, even price controls, a big return of industrial policies. Everyone is speaking about what are the strategic sectors and productive and technological sovereignty, buzzwords. So my question is, how do you continue with this affect the transnational monopoly capitalism? I mean, whether these endanger it or sort of reinforce it. The one part that is missing is financialization. It's quite complex, but even maybe with the shift in the monetary policy, being now very restrictive one. I mean, what are the implications? Maybe Chris would say something about this. Whether can we predict whether this very restrictive monetary policy could have some implications even on the financialization? So many things, so many comments. Okay. Also, there are some side effects that also Malcolm outlined. Productivity slowdown, the coupling between wages and profits, the coupling between profits and reinvestments, concentration of both market and control. And my question is, what are the prescriptions? And after the Claudia's presentation, it seems that the future is not at all bright, because the interdependencies between the state and these giant corporations actually undermine the role of the state to reshape markets or reshape our future. So I'll stop here. I know whether you have others have questions.
Okay, so perhaps we shall collect further questions, maybe 3 of those, and then you can give a first round of answers, including Yelena's points, and then we can collect others if there is time. Mario, please. Maybe you can go there. So also from the.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity for discussion. Let me be a bit provide a different perspective. I was always thinking of monopoly capitalism as the extreme of the Fordist era. The model of extreme expansion, concentration of the US-led growth in the Fordist phase of mass production, where the problem was clearly on the supply side, you had a great opportunities for economies of scale, and the problem of inadequate demand from the 30s on was a key economic policy question. I don't see, starting from a Malcolm argument, I don't see very much monopoly capitalism as overlapping with neoliberalism. I see neoliberalism as a new phase starting in the 80s, which really picks up on the limitation and on the on the decline of the old phase of material expansion. And with neoliberalism, we have all the new elements, financialization of the process of accumulation, global production with a different structure, and digitalization and new technology. In this sense, the whole question of monopoly capitalism, lack of demand, stagnation, and search for new profits in the classical imperial or imperialist way seems to be a bit odd. My argument would be that with the phase of shift from material expansion to financial accumulation, in the argument of Giovanni Arrighi and others, the way the economy works is an accumulation driven by the financial elements that Malcolm has pointed out as the driving force. If you take the platforms don't make profit. They basically have an escalating stock capitalization, even if they don't make profits. So the accumulation of capital takes a completely different way. It's not a matter of how much you produce, you sell, or how much profit you have. In this phase where there is this combination of platforms and financialization, what matters is the escalating financial values as a way of driving this tip of the ice of accumulation. In this case, stagnation is completely irrelevant for accumulation, in the sense that the way in which accumulation is carried out is through financial means, and at the same time, at the global level, stagnation is not happening in this stage where there is the center of a new phase of material expansion. So it seems to me that we have to broaden up a little bit the framework. Clearly the outcome are the one that also Martin pointed out. So increasing inequality, increasing share of profits as opposed to wages. But the way in which these dynamics work seems to be structurally different, both for the role of financial activities and also for the way in which global value chains are organized. The idea of monopoly capital and transnational corporation of the 70s was an idea of continued concentration of clear boundaries of first. With the crisis of Fordism, we had a long period of decentralization and reducing concentration with the emergence of new producers in Western Europe, Japan, and so on. And the global value chain is a completely different way of maintaining control. I agree with Claudio on the importance of control as a key element, but not with the same model of concentrating investment and increasing size. So in a way, the process, I agree, are exactly the same, but the dynamics and the phase and the relative weight of different components could be a bit more complex.
Okay. Other questions? Rama, please. Yeah, but
those were all three really stimulating presentations, a great beginning for the workshop. My question is primarily to you, Claudio, but it's also, I would love comments from both Christoph and Malcolm on this. I want to probe a little more on the idea on imperialism. So I thought that was a fascinating kind of push because one thing which I mean, the discontinuities with platform technology. So despite the, I mean, there are demand side externalities, but what is actually translating into strategic control, right? And so so what does this mean for, I mean, the transformation of imperialism, or how it's going to be kind of prosecuted, and how imperialist rivalry is being prosecuted. And if you think of imperialism as, I mean, there's imperialism as monopoly capital, or imperialism as finance capital, but now we have imperialism as platform capitalism. And while one part of the story is control over technology, which I think is there, but again, to relate to the idea of financialization, how does platform technology kind of affect financial control? I mean, we see that in the Ukraine war. I mean, so you highlighted the role of Amazon and all these companies in big tech in the war, but you also have the financials here, where the sanctions and the kind of let's say preemption or evasion of sanctions takes place through the digital route. So what I mean, so I would just like what I mean to probe a little further and get like more insights from all three of you. Thank you.
Antonio?
Thanks so much for the presentation. I would like to two questions. One for Christos, in terms of the link between also think work and work on the growth of the firm. And of course, you've done lots of work in that space, in both the post-growth and platform tradition, but also your work with Dunning and so on. And I'm just trying to understand, because in your recollection of what is the root of some kids' work, I'm just trying to figure out how that kind of traditional organizational perspective was actually contributing to that, in the sense of challenging some elements of that, in terms of understanding processes, organizations within that. And for Malcolm, it's more about, I'm a bit struggling with I think it's a very important link to make between financialization of corporations and monopoly capitalism. But I'm wondering if you could elaborate a bit more in terms of giving us some example of where you see these links as evolving, how it's evolved. Just to make a case, right? Staying in the UK, right? If you look at financialization in the listed companies, you see that companies like AstraZeneca, which is the most capitalized now, it's gone through a dramatic shift in the type of financialization they had after the mergers and the creation of AstraZeneca in the 2000, and the first decade of corporate governance led to, if you want, that kind of traditional financialization of downsize and distribute. And then in the second decade, after 2012, 13, actually they had to revert that. Right? So in a sense, financialization was reducing the capacity of large corporations, a very concentrated sector, the top 10 farming the world control 50%, 60% of the entire market, global market. Companies were becoming extremely financialized, were also threatening their capacity to retain control of the markets. So I'm just trying to understand, how do you see this financialization of monopoly capitalism working? If there are contradictions there that emerge, if you see this more as a tension that over time evolve in a different way, and how do you see the financialization in the specific case of monopoly capitalism in the context of digital platforms? Because the way in which you would extract resources from traditional corporations, for example of pharma or ICT and so on, seems to be quite different from how you would do it in the context of digital platform, in terms of what you leverage literally from the books of this company. So if you can give some example, complete example, how you see that nexus would be fascinating. Thanks.
Okay, I think we have time for just another question and no more than this. Grazie. Yeah, please. And then we will leave floor for very quick answers to the speakers.
a couple of comments. The first one for Claudio. Of course, I do your paper and it's very interesting. But you say something about is there an alternative between the state and the market? Well, I think we've moved on to a phase in which the market needs the state. So I think I hope that someone at some point does an analysis of how much the market has been relying on the state in the last few decades. And this is actually takes me to the issue of, for example, I'll give just an example. In the UK, Shell, which is the headquarters in the Netherlands, does not pay taxes, but receives subsidies from the UK government for its investment. And there are lots of examples of that. Now, something which is similar to this point I made, but it's more in relation to what Marco must have been telling us. And that has to do with the financialization and links with the lack of investment opportunities, the secular stagnation. To what extent is the secular stagnation, if it is caused by lack of investment opportunities? To what extent is actually pushing funds which cannot find the opportunities in the traditional sectors, then those are pushed into the financial sector. And by doing so, it affects the distribution of income in the economy as a whole between the profits and wages. I don't know whether you have any literature on this, but if you want to comment on it.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are quite running out of time, so I will, in opposite order, give the floor to our speakers. So, 3 minutes each.
Okay. Very difficult. Before answering, I had a comment to what Mario said. Of course, in our perspective, evolution has to be seen in dialectical terms, so a metamorphosis. So the difference between what you said and me, for instance, is that the elements are never new. They are already included in past situation, and something remains. And what we claim is that what remains is the notion of control. So the way a control happens is changing. I think about financial capital is the fusion between industrial and bank capital. So industrial capital remains, but changes its shape. So I wouldn't say that is different, but of course there is a philosophical different approach in the time. The strategic control and transformation of imperialism, right? So I believe that the way now imperialism works is that there is no more a lobby that is able to put in the government people, I mean, Rockefeller or other, Hobson is very clear on that. Say they decide who can enter universities to shape the way people think. And so now is social networks, for instance. So again, a change in shape, but especially the mutual dependence is that there is no more one-way link from the rich man of the late 19th century towards government, but an interdependency. And so the internet and the digital platforms and the military sector, it is counterbalancing. And for Grazia, although I'm very critical towards the market, I'm very critical towards the state. I would say, yes, the market needs the state today. So again, I'm critical, but the simple old question is a state in line with the public interest? And my answer is no. And this is the same answer as John Hobson 120 years ago. So, okay, the state, but the state should do the public interest.
Okay, so Malcolm?
Yeah. I'm not going to have give an answer to anything that's been raised, but firstly, second, I think the point that Marion ran, which is that many of the way the forces are working, there's many different channels now. We need to analyse that, and that I would agree with them, that so the precise forms that have to be analysed, and then they're going to be there's something different in terms of where the profits come from, for example, how they can be captured. All those are going to be different, but many of the same. But trying to argue that many of the kind of underlying forces continue to operate, but they're going to go down different channels. One very slight remark which was made about what I think would be the effect of I think restricted military policy. And I would broaden that out somewhat and say, what is the purpose of military policy and whose interests does it operate? Because even much of what in principle, as it were, military policy is designed to target inflation. Much of the actions that are being taken are effectively support in various ways the financial system. The role of going back to quantitative easing, for example, is much more direct in one sense to support the financial system in various ways. The rise in interest rates right now is not doing much for inflation, but it is, at least in the UK, boosting the profits of the banking system. So I think one would have to look at what is the purpose of the of monetary policy, and I would see this something supporting the interests of the financial sector and financial profits. But it's not a direct answer to your question, but I think one would have to analyse monetary policy down this sort of line. I think the question you raised about the involvement of industrial policy, industrial structure, I would think very much welcome the views of others, at least from the UK's point of view. Or I don't see very much interest in industrial strategy, except in one or two cases. At the moment, I think they're trying to get batteries for electric cars produced in the UK type of case. But there's been going back a bit again the work of Keith Cowling in terms of the promotion of the idea of an industrial strategy. I think David and others may disagree on that, but we've lost that idea of an industrial strategy, which is the way Keith used to put it, it's not a matter of picking winners, it is creating the environment in which there are winners. And that whole idea of some view of the strategic, general evolution of the economy, the strategy for it seems to largely disappear. And I find from another perspective extremely disappointing when we talk about, for example, green policies. We don't, or at least there's very little, but have to some extent, ideas of developing a holistic industrial strategy, which is geared towards issues of climate change and environmental degradation. So we seem to have almost lost that. In the UK, back in about 5 years ago, under Theresa May, the then Prime Minister, there was a notion of developing an industrial strategy, which lasted, I think, 5 minutes or memory. But again, it didn't get hold of this idea of states doing the development of the economy. It was under Mariana Mazzucato, some of those ideas are coming back a bit, but one of the whether others agree with, but these things are completely outside of the general range of political debate. I think the Labour Party would die a fight if you mentioned industrial strategy to them, and so ideas of bringing our strategic role back in. Maybe it's coming back in certain places, but I don't see very much of that. In terms of the effects of financialization, I think it's perhaps on investment and so on. I can't find any specific examples. I couldn't refer you to various studies that have been done in terms of, example, in terms of the way it's affected it. And quite a lot of work on innovation in the pharmaceutical industry, the way that the involvement of private equity or the pursuit of shareholder value has had where some detrimental effects were on the nature of innovation. So I think one can point to some general studies. I'm sure there could be many exceptions to that, but the general idea of the emphasis on profits to the detriment of investment and so forth. I think when somebody raised a question about whether it's a lack of investment opportunities and so forth, I think I'd have to pass on that. I just, in some sense, looking at it from the perspective of what are the kind of incentives for from the pursuit of shareholder value point of view in terms of where investment in innovation is going to go and its volume, rather than whether there's some new technological age. Although one would have thought that development of big tech would be creating a new way of innovation and investment, but it doesn't be working quite that way.
Okay, so Chris, I think
Okay, thank you very much.
just use the mic, please, so we can give you.
I start with easy question, which is Antonio, in the sense that I have a paper in Strategic Management Review, which says how Penrose and Heimer predict big tech evolution. And basically the argument is there is that big tech has actually shown that the Penrosian endogenous growth theory to the firm that was, in my view, one of the best ideas ever developed in the second part of the 20th century, is actually gave way to the Heimerian view that it is sufficient external pressures to grow are sufficient, and you can grow without endogenous, too much of endogenous pressures, because these companies have no employers, not the reason that they were creating endogenous pressure, erosion growth things. It's a huge discussion. The paper is around 40 pages against anything. I can I go back to the issue of the financialization. I would say that one big thing about financialization is the compliance issue. Financialization is a very old story. It started with debt, with borrowing and lending, and it basically the biggest leap with financialization was mortgages. That was the biggest, and then the second biggest was the occupational pension funds. It's reaching its apogee now, where basically we are all invested in the system and we become compliant because we have to lose our pensions if we don't play the game and our mortgages. So this is, in my view, is a huge thing. Concerning the relationship between governments and states, I don't think we have gone much further than Stephen Heimer. Heimer said that there are two types of relationships. Strong states develop a symbiotic relationship with their governments and with their business, and this becomes in effect state monopoly capitalism. Weak states are becoming dependent on strong states. There are exceptions. For John Dunning, I published an article in JIBS actually saying that South Asian countries, by having alternative types of state monopoly capitalism, they managed to address this issue and pursue independent economic development. So it's not that Heimer got everything wrong, but everything right, but he got most things mostly right. I like the point from Mario about, and I'm finishing, shareholder value. It's slightly more complicated. I have a whole section in the paper on this, which I will not have opportunity to do. But today, firms do not maximize profits, they maximize their share value. Now, the people, however, who invest in this are at the expectation that there will be a monopoly. And in order to cover their backs, they don't just invest in the one firm that may become monopoly, but in the whole sector that may monopolize. And in the process, mostly they gain. Now, sometimes they lose, and some major investments that lose a lot of money, like the Japanese sovereign wealth fund. But in the process, there is a lot of financial profit being made, and it's redistribution of income from those who know to those who don't know. And this huge distribution of income is a big thing today. Now, with regard to the fusion is predicated upon the fact that industrial companies on two things. A, that it is easy to enter the industrial sector if you are a powerful financial sector, like Apple trying to introduce a cryptocurrency, etc., or go to banking. B, strong industrial companies are actually trying to emulate the financial, the big tech companies. For example, supermarkets in the UK today, all of them buy your data by giving you discounts because they realize the importance of data. So there are reasons, there are factors that lead to continuous fusion. So that's basically my view of this.
Okay, so I think I have now to thank you all panelists and discussants and the audience for attending, and those who participated with questions for this great first panel, which should have a coffee break now outside there for about 20 minutes. No, because I realized that someone was calling me, so now I fear that they were looking for where to put the coffee break, but hopefully they managed to find their way themselves now. Okay. Yeah, however, we reconvene at 45 past 11 sharp for the second session of the day. Siamo in diretta su Facebook, su YouTube.
Dario, è arrivata questa email al Gmail.
Sì, ora lo gestisco.
Quindi dispongo, mi dici cosa mi devo dire.
Allora dovremmo aspettare che So, hello. Could you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, I
Okay,
can
I'm
hear
not sure I
you.
can hear you. Let me, yeah, because the
Oh,
volume is that.
oh,
No,
can
no,
you
it
hear
is
me?
not your fault. Let me just. Okay, let's try to talk now.
Yes.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Great.
So that's great, and thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we are now in the break, so I think we will restart in 10 minutes or 8 minutes more or less. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. The only point I think I will turn on your volume during the next session. In case you would like to intervene or to make questions at the end of the session, just raise your hand or yeah. And I will give a look at the screen. Okay.
Okay.
Mind there, you know?
I don't know.
If you would like to read or just make questions for the end of the session, then raise your hand or, yeah. And I will give a look at the screen.
Presentation.
Yeah. Big screen. When we go like a couple of questions. In this case, you can also use this one.
Yeah, I'll go with this.
Yeah, or that one. Yeah. No, it
Might be.
works. One you prefer.
Yeah, this is easier, isn't it?
For you, Rama, you can decide if you want to watch on that screen. Oh, and then we will give you this one, the pointer. Okay, so shall we start again? Welcome back to this second session of the morning, which is also a quite dense one. We will try to discuss the relationship between monopoly capital, digitalization, and consumers. We have three different papers. The first one will be presented by Phil Tomlinson from Bath University. He will focus on the relationship between advertising on digital platform technology in relation to subsidies and location context. He will focus specifically on three cases, which is the one on Google, Facebook, and Amazon. Then we have a second paper that will be presented by Rama Vasudevan. We are very happy to have her here with us from Colorado State University. She will discuss more from a theoretical point of view how the digital platform can be framed in the classical Marxian thinking. So she will provide an understanding of the digital platform monopolies through the classical Marxian lens. And then the third paper will be presented by Maria Enrica Virgilito from the Sant'Anna School. She will focus more on the, I would say, legal monopolies, so the relationship between digital platform, monopoly capitalism, and intellectual property rights, applying the concept of monopoly capitalism to the pharmaceutical industry, and specifically to the pharma patents and its relation with profitability and innovation. We already had some discussion in the morning on the issue, so we were very curious to hear about that. So let us start with the first presentation. Phil Tomlinson, the floor is yours. You will have 15 minutes, and then after all the presentation, we will collect comments by Anna Maria Simonazzi and from the floor as well.
Thank you, thank you, Larry. This is a joint paper which appears in the special issue with David Bailey, who's in the audience, and Dan Coffey and Carol Thornley. Dan was also a PhD student of Keats in the early 1990s, and I pretty much give most of the credit for this paper for Dan, who pretty much led the way on it. Advertising is a big issue, or used to be a big issue in industrial economics, which is where Keats kind of originated from into political economy. But it's also been a big issue in monopoly capitalism, and we'll come on to that shortly. There's also an earlier kind of contribution from another heterodox economist, although not in the monopoly capitalism tradition. That's Nicholas Kaldor, famous Hungarian economist in the 1950s and 1960s. And what we do in this paper is that we bring together the monopoly capitalism perspectives on advertising, a bit of industrial organization perspectives as well, which obviously is Keats' influence from Warwick. And we bring them together and bring together Caldwell's perspective as well, and look through these lenses and in the context of modern capitalism with big tech and corporate power and big tech platforms. So just to give you a flavour of some of the stuff Keith did in his long career on advertising. The first one is a book which was sponsored by the British government at the time, looking at the impact of advertising on the economy and on market structures. So this was a collaborative effort from the team at Warwick at the time. It was published in 1975. These are the days where economists, industrial economists, would look at advertising and were, you know, it's a big issue in the literature at the time. And Keith was very much part of that. These days, when you do studies of advertising, it tends to be in the marketing literature, and there's some interesting stuff in the modern day marketing literature on the adverse effects of advertising, particularly when you look at advertising and gambling and advertising towards children and things like that. So, well, Keith did this big study, and it obviously informed his thinking, his way of thinking, his work in industrial organisation, because it features a big part of advertising featured in his theories of monopoly capitalism. Famous paper, of course, in 1978 with Dennis Mueller, when they estimated the social costs of monopoly power. When they did some estimates of Harbinger triangles, and they took account of advertising and saw it as wasteful expenditure. So they did re-estimates for the UK and the USA. In what he called his favourite paper, his favourite ever paper they published was with the late John Brack, when he looked at the impact of advertising on labour supply. So, referring to what Christos was saying earlier about Keith coming from a kind of using the methodologies of neoclassical economics and finding the inconsistencies in them and putting them in a political economy context. This particular paper, looks at workers, income ledger trade-offs, and says, well, in a world where real incomes are rising, if real wages are rising, then according to neoclassical economics, workers should reduce their labour time. They should take more leisure time. And why isn't this been the case in the United States, where we've got really good data? And what they did is looked at advertising expenditures and advertising intensity, and did some econometric work and found that advertising expenditures, the increase in those, had an adverse effect on seemed to increase the labour time that workers were willing to work in the United States economy, and that they argued that this kind of unduly influenced workers' income leisure trade-offs, because they were kind of advertising drove insatiable demands, which had to be, people had to go and felt that they had to consume more and more, take on increasing debts to pay for this, and hence had to work longer hours. So this is a really interesting study, which he felt was his favorite actual contribution. And he revisited this piece in 20, 30 years later with myself and another one of his PhD students, which we published an updated study in the International Review of Applied Economics, which is a journal that Malcolm Sawyer edited for many years. But as I say, these are a selection of his papers which really brought out his interest in advertising and how it's informed it, how his study of advertising and advertising behavior by large corporate firms he felt was detrimental to the public interest. There's too much of it, and a selection of his papers here kind of reflects that. So I also want to bring into context the work of Nicholas Caldwell, and I thank again Dan for digging this one out. So Caldwell writes a paper in about 1951, and he talks about advertising as a service, and he gives the standard sort of argument we've been familiar with, that advertising provides information about products, the location of products, the price, the features of products. It also has a persuasive element as well. I mean, these are sort of debates we've been having in economics in the 50s and 60s about is it too persuasive or is it informative advertising? But he also makes the appreciated point that advertising is a subsidized service by the seller. Okay, it's free to consume in a sense, you didn't pay anything for it, but it's a subsidized service by the seller. And because of that, there's this element of persuasion. when sellers are trying to sell products, then they're violating consumer sovereignty in some way. So you accept you're violating consumer sovereignty in some way because you're unduly influencing consumer choice. But he also brings into account that there are subsidies and location questions when you look at advertising, because it is a subsidy. It's a subsidy for other services. So if you go back to the 1950s and 1960s, you might think of this in terms of radio and newspapers. You know, newspapers, even newspapers that you pay for, wouldn't really exist in the form they are if they didn't have big advertising revenues. And the same with commercial television, which are, you know, terrestrial TV. You know, they only exist because they get funding from advertisers. And you can think of the same in the modern context of digital platforms. Digital platforms like Facebook and Twitter would not survive without advertising revenues. So it's a subsidy. The advertising revenues are a subsidy for other services. And then there's questions about the location of where this advertising is consumed. With newspapers and radio, you might think, well, consumers view the adverts in their home or the office, or billboard displays, which are outside. In the modern era of digital, you could be anywhere now and consume this advertising. You could be at home. If you're on Facebook, you'll get adverts for, or if you're on Twitter, you'll get adverts for other for various products, often based on algorithms of where you've been searching online. And you know, you could be at home, you could be in the audience here, and adverts are popping up. So there's a bit of a hybrid, really. Caldor does acknowledge there's a concentration effect, and increased advertising expenditure by big corporates can increase the degree of concentration in markets. He saw that at the time as a positive thing. He saw the advantages of monopoly production. I guess it's coming out of the Schumpeterian ideas of the 1940s, but also at a time when there was large move towards public ownership in Western economies, particularly in the UK, France, and so on. And he saw you can get larger scale if advertising can create some sort of concentration effect. You can get economies of scale, lower average costs, and that can support employment. From the monopoly capitalism perspective, again, this really lends itself to Baron and Sweezy and later Keith's work. Well, one of the key things of monopoly capitalism is, as we heard in the first session, is that as you get more concentrated structures, you get a change in income shares, a distribution of income in the economy. It can depress income shares, and that can lead to deficient demand. Obviously, with monopoly capitalism, the potential for a surplus to be realised, but whether it's realised enough depends on demand. So maybe you need an outlet for that by advertising, increasing advertising. This can be as a prop to the system, at least in the short run. You can then have bring financialization in, consumer debt. It can lead to an increase in debt. And if you look at where advertising intensity is the highest, it seems to be in the consumer-driven, highly personally indebted economies of the United States and the UK and so forth. There are also industrial organization perspectives. So these are the arguments around that advertising again acts as an entry barrier. It raises sunk costs. A very famous study in the 1990s by John Sutton. If you ever come across, endogenous sunk costs, advertising is a key component, which the incumbents raised advertising expenditure. It's more difficult. The sunk costs in those industries were higher, and it's more difficult to enter at those industries, high levels of concentration. It enhances brand loyalty and favors incumbents. It raises the degree of monopoly. I've mentioned Calvin and Mueller's study about waste, seems waste-led expenditure, and similar to do with the income ledger trade-offs, how it just distorts those. I guess in a more recent setting, you can think about privacy issues. Often on digital platforms, if you Google for something, often if you go onto Facebook or Twitter, what you've Googled appears in your feed, so that they're collecting big data, they're using modern algorithms, and that raises privacy issues. And Martin Conyon has a paper on that in a special issue as well. It looks at the impact that has on Facebook. So bringing this forth to the kind of modern era with digital platforms and advertising, as we mentioned, digital advertisers, they rely on offering fully subsidized services. They need digital platforms, you know, to get their adverts out there, and they need these platforms to have a wide range of users. But at the same time, if companies are starting to use digital advertising, they're diverting their advertising budgets away from traditional sources, competing mediums such as newspapers, who will tend to lose out. And this has raised concerns about the impacts on traditional medias, particularly national and local media. So we've had a number of recent cases that have arisen and that we've seen in the news. So, for example, a couple of years ago, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, they had a case against Google. They asked, wanted Google and Facebook to pay more for shared news content. So, often these platforms are just sharing news content from media outlets and not paying anything for it. They wanted, Google and Facebook to pay more for this. Google refused, and they threatened at the time to remove their search engine from Australia. They argued that these platforms allow these news media bodies to build up their digital users. That was the counter. And what you're seeing here is, in terms of national media, the big Murdoch-owned press, for instance, who are challenging Google and so on, was that you're getting two sides of the market, the monopolistic markets, in some sort of game, bilateral bargaining game, and it was quite interesting. But there was another angle here as well, the local media, which is very much under-resourced, and as users of these digital platforms are very much increasingly using digital content for their media and their news sources, local media is losing out. And we've seen in the UK, for example, many local titles just fold or cut back to the bare bones, and that local media has traditionally played a very important role for local communities and regions and so on in facilitating discussions about local issues and being a good source of what's going on in your locality. Those are now being cut back in a big way, and this is a subsidy question. You're talking about where the subsidies are going from advertising, from losing out. There's a locational context as well. Digital facilitates online shopping. So this is to transform the where and how of advertising, as we've mentioned. I mean, think about Amazon. It's initially it was a bookstore, but now it's a global online advertising business. So it just had a kind of spatial reconstruction of rather mundane advertising, if we're honest. Okay, so where the advertising takes place has changed as well. Some other issues that we raise in the paper. Shoshana Zuboff has talked about surveillance capitalism, and this is a new form of accumulation by big tech. It raises questions here about the public interest. So she talks a lot about the monetization of big data, and this is a new means of accumulation that big tech and Google and Facebook are really only interested in the big data extraction. They're not really interested in the consumer. There's no traditional social relationships we might see in markets between the big tech and the user. There's no social reciprocity in that sense. There's an absence of dialogue or consent in that regard. And obviously there's implications for privacy loss. And she feels this is a kind of a new view of accumulation and new means in which big tech and big corporations are accumulating capital and the surplus. And it's taken away what you might have traditionally seen in earlier forms of capitalism, where you had at least some sort of relationship between consumer and producer. We question that view of accumulation in the paper. We actually say, well, in the sense of building an advertising subsidized service, that's always existed. What we're seeing now is just in a different form, in the form of a search engine. Before, it existed in terms of using newspapers or television media. Now it's in terms of a digital search engine. And again, data collection agencies have always long existed to target adverts of particular users, so it's not new in that sense. But where the novelty really lies is in the technology being used, which builds up an audience for advertisers while simultaneously collating data on the audience for the advertisers. Okay, so that's where the novelty really lies. Before I end, just going back to the subsidy question, obviously the loss of advertising revenues raises questions for public policy, and the financing questions for journalism. I think there is a demand for local journalism in particular. How do we get these big tech companies who are providing these platforms to pay or to make some contribution to local journalism, not-for-profit journalism? That's a big question to think about. For monopoly capitalism, there's big issues here about ownership structures. They need addressing. At the fringe, we have seen the digital platforms some more independent, on a small scale, independent news channels. I mean, we know we're familiar in the UK with the Byline Times and the Huffington Post, which seem to have emerged to provide a different perspective on news issues, and they've been able to use the digital platforms to gain an audience. There are obviously location questions that arise. So this is the stuff that, from Caldor and brings in with monopoly capitalism. There's a growth in online sales that has changed shopping habits, that has implications for high streets, which are, if you know, the UK are dying a death outside London and the big cities. They are really struggling. So how do we reinvigorate those high streets? They've been hit heavily by digital sales, by the growth of Amazon, but also again with the reconfiguration, the spatial reconfiguration of production and distribution. We're seeing now for Amazon to do its activity, it needs big logistics centers, warehouses, and how do they play out in spatial planning? So there are issues there to think about, and then obviously issues of social ownership and control in this regard as well. And then finally, there are issues that come out of all this about competition and regulation, the global dominance of big tech, and how they're diversifying their array of businesses and different areas, and how that plays out in the future. There's a role here, we feel, for supranational authorities like the European Union that have to work on a global scale, but at the moment they're just kind of setting the rules of the game. They're not really, and often but with the regulation, they're often, as always tends to be, they're often behind what's happening on the ground. We may need to think about digital platforms as some form of social or public utilities. But they're big questions how we might get that. I think I'm just about done. Thank you.
Okay, now we move to the second presentation. Here we are. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay, so once again, I want to thank the editors of the special issue and the organizers of the conference. It's great to be here and actually see these papers being presented, so thank you. So now the kind of pushback against the Chicago school kind of conception of monopoly and the judicial approach which has been prevailing in the US around monopoly, it's also been an opportunity to kind of go back to the ideas of both the monopoly capitalist school and the classical Marxian approach, which basically stressed not the harm to consumers because of high prices, but the structural power exercised by monopolies. And in some sense, this goes back to the issues of the old railroad monopolies. So, so what I do in this paper, I mean, to give you a roadmap, is to actually reconstruct a classical Marxian idea of monopoly, use this to conceptualize monopoly capital, because the powerful insights of the monopoly capital kind of approach, when given an analytical kind of mooring in the classical Marxian framework, I think they acquire more robustness and strength. And this also allows me to enter the debate on the characterization of contemporary monopoly, the debate with Sweezy, Sheikh and Weeks, for instance. It also has implications for the recent debate of techno-feudalism, which has just emerged. So I apply this to big tech and specifically to Amazon, Google, and Facebook. So from the classical Marxian approach, though, I mean, the notion of competition is based on the long period equilibrium method, where the mobility of capital and labor are key to understanding competition. So if this is competition, then what is monopoly? Monopoly is restrictions on mobility. And these ideas go back to Smith. I mean, Smith had a notion of basically how trade protections, colonial trade policy, exclusive privileges granted under the statutes of the guilds, or the charters of joint stock companies, but this is for trading. All of this acted as a way of allowed restricted mobility of capital and allowed the extraction of extra, some kind of rent. Marx again uses the same long period method, and but he sees that this again, Claudio had a beautiful quote from the Poverty Philosophy, where he talks about competition of as a negation of the feudal and mercantilist monopoly. So the feudal mercantilist period is characterized by restrictions. Capitalist competition breaks through these restrictions, but then you have capitalist monopoly, and which is now arising in the context of capitalist social relations. It's an outcome of the development of capitalism and capitalist competition. So in that sense, it's not a vestige of feudal or mercantilist past, it's something new and something distinct. It's a negation of both feudal and mercantilist monopoly. It's also a negation of capitalist competition. So you go from feudal mercantilist monopoly to capitalist competition to capitalist monopoly. And in that sense, it's a dialectical synthesis, a unity of opposites. So this classical Marxian approach is based on production structure and property rights, not on market structure and pricing power. And that, I think, is a key analytical distinction. So here we have, we basically talk about two kinds of notions of kind of sources of monopoly. One is natural monopoly, which arises from technology, production process, all the economies of scale, large sum costs, network externalities, all of which create barriers to entry. And this was part of the old debates on railways. So when we went into discussion on monopoly. Marx talked about how the capitalist development created both the social need for monopoly and the technical means of creating them, because it facilitated the emergence of natural monopolies by harnessing scale economies and network externalities in unprecedented ways. So this is natural monopoly in the pursuit of profit. In that sense, these natural monopolies are rational. They manifest the logic of capital. They embody the tremendous productive possibilities of capitalist social relations. So what is happening here is a centralization and concentration of capital rather than market shares. So the key here is appropriating a larger share of surplus value from the pool of surplus value created by capital as a whole, and rather than being aimed at kind of getting a larger market share, because the surplus appropriated depends on the share of capital, right? And so the second part of the monopoly, kind of the classical kind of versions of monopoly, has to do with artificial monopoly. Here it is stems from legal kind of frameworks, and both Smith and Ricardo talked about the role of land rents in the formation of monopoly price. Marx introduces the notion of absolute ground rent, showing how property rights in land restrict investment, and how property owners can draw a part of the surplus value and basically impede the process of equalization of profit rates. So rents are extracted as a precondition for access to their property. You want to use the land, you pay rent. So the causality is running from the extraction of monopoly rents to higher prices, rather than from higher prices to monopoly rents. And that is the inversion. So following data fully, one can extend and generalize the category of rents to monopoly rents more generally, to anything which is alienable in that sense. So it is also a kind of generalizable to property rights in intangible capital. So these are non-exhaustible and non-rival in nature. There are network externalities associated with them, and it's possible to extract returns and monopoly rents from the ownership of intangible property rights. So these are the two notions of monopoly. They stem from production structure, natural monopoly, and property rights, artificial monopoly. This whole thing again within the structure of finance, right? So Pauline Joan Robertson had talked about how the competitive process is less about day-to-day operation of the market and market behavior, and more about long-run investment plans and investment behavior of capital. And in this context, especially when you have you have an increasing role of fixed and durable capital, finance as a fungible form of capital is critical because it allows overcoming the constraints on capital mobility, which arise from fixed capital. And Marx kind of talked about how finance and credit is a new and terrible weapon in the competitive battle. It's a necessary condition for the mobility of capital. When he talks about competition, he talks about the role of credit. It's also necessary for the equalization of profit rates. So credit is essential for competition, but it's also the basis for natural monopolies. Its role in supporting natural monopolies, the railways in the 18th and 19th century, and concentrating control over production labor is also critical. So credit is both an instrument of competition, but also an instrument of centralization and concentration. And the joint stock company structure in particular, which is some senses constituted as a legal financial entity, constitutes a barrier to entry to the personal equalization of profit rates. And in that sense, it reflects some of the distinctive features of capitalist monopoly. So this is the classical Marxian approach, where you have the notion of a distinctly capitalist monopoly, which arises from capitalist competition. Now, to integrate this or use it as a way to reformulate the monopoly capital approach is the next part. So the socioeconomic implications of the pervasive spread of the corporate form of organization across industry and for the dynamics of accumulation are the key insights of the monopoly capital school. And the insights relate to the increasing inequality, declining share of workers, macroeconomic stagnation, secular stagnation, all of which was talked about in the earlier morning section, and declining aggregate demand. Now, the key analytical feature in this approach is the eclipse of price competition with the rise of oligopolistic competition or oligopolist market structure. And this implies an invalidation of Marx's theory of value in competition. So there are critical insights about the strategic control exercised over production, investment of labor within the modern corporation. Again, about the divide and rule strategies adopted to intensify the exploitation of labor. And there's also the stuff for internationalization, transnationalization, the global scale of the corporate, which is enabled by the corporate form. Now, my argument is that the insights are reinforced and aligned more closely with the classical Marxian notion of capitalist monopoly. The conditions of free capital mobility are more present within the corporate form. And the rivalry collusion, which Cowling and others discussed, reflects the contradictory kind of tendencies of the capitalist monopoly. So in that sense, the corporation is a concrete expression of the laws of capitalist accumulation and capitalist monopolies. They harness economies of scale, network externalities, natural monopoly, and they coordinate and control production through property rights, accelerating capital mobility within the corporate form, but also the centralization of capital. So we're shifting focus from price setting behavior and oligopolistic market structure to production conditions and property rights. Why is the sun moving? This is Dan.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now, last part, and I have only 5 minutes to race through this. So, the application to digital platforms like Amazon, Google, and Facebook. I mean, these constitute critical infrastructure for information, communication, and commerce. They're scale economies, network externalities, which are signs of a natural monopoly. There are also assertion of property rights over proprietary technology, etc., which establishes control and captures return, artificial monopoly. So these platforms are critical gatekeepers for digital infrastructure, information communication commerce, and they constitute a barrier to capital mobility, which enables, and this barrier enables appropriation of returns from the externalities. And all these platforms have diversified beyond their initial platform monopolies to become providers of services, use these platforms, provide the same services which use these platforms, kind of like the railroad monopolies hauling coal. So they use bundling or cost subsidizing of products and services. They appropriate and monetize data generated through the digital platform in order to capture larger rents. And all of this has already been discussed, so this is familiar ground. They also enable discrimination against third-party platforms. So there are a variety of ways in which the capture of surplus is kind of enhanced. And this control over multiple complementary services across the integrated digital platform and the consequent expansion of the ever-expanding store of data. More activities generate more data, generates more returns and more network effect. So this amplifies winner-take-all kind of outcomes. And this in the BIS reports has been called the DNA loop, referring to data analytics, which monetizes the data, network externalities, where more users adds more users, and this interwoven activities feedback loop. So more activities generate interconnected activities. So it's this DNA loop. And we can draw an analogy to railroads. I mean, where the ownership of the platform, the railroad platform, was plus the ownership of coal mines, allowed certain railroad companies to control haulage through the railroads in the US. And that was the context of the initial antitrust kind of movement in the US. But there is a difference because there's a greater magnification of the capacity to capture monopoly rents. Much beyond the physical, digital infrastructure enables much more than the physical infrastructure. So you have the DNA feedback loop, which represents externalities of scale and network effects, which dwarf those associated with the railroad infrastructure. You also have the commoditization of the digital footprints of direct users and consumers, which has been harnessed for monopoly rents. Again, unlike railroads, you have the two-sided markets, where rents are claimed in the form of fees and advertising revenue, not from the consumer, but from the service provider, right? So that is again means there's a different way of appropriating monopoly rents, not through price structure, but through service fees, advertising fees, etc. So in that sense, it does not conform to the standard neoclassical models of monopoly focused solely on pricing power and consumer surplus. And we need to move beyond pricing to look at technological conditions and proprietary rights that form the basis of capitalist monopoly. It is here that, I think the true analytical insights lie rather than oligopolistic market structure. The accumulation strategy also involves these like a greater investment in financial assets and intangible assets. There's exacerbation of stagnationist tendencies, which have been highlighted by the monopoly capitalist pool. And you also have the same things that have been highlighted by Fowling about the changing imperatives of investment, which is more to preempt competition rather than to expand productive capacity. So all the technology companies like Apple and Microsoft use monopoly rents to pay out larger dividends. But Amazon, Google, and Facebook have focused on strategic acquisitions that would cement their monopoly position. Kind of a land grab to buttress monopoly. So Amazon has entered into brick and mortar retail, acquired Whole Food. They also neutralized competition. Facebook purchased Instagram and WhatsApp. Amazon purchased Zappos. Reinforcement of the dominance of the platform, Google's purchase of DoubleClick. So the prevailing judicial approach is completely inadequate to blocking this merger and acquisition activity. And the analysis of monopoly focus, the Chicago School kind of analysis, which is focused on price fixing by a seller, misses the profound structural power of markets. And to conclude, Framing monopoly capital in a reconstructed classical Marxian conception is useful to explain the roots of digital monopoly. And the corporate form as a mode of organizing social production and socially productive power of labor reflects the institutionalization of capitalist functioning as stressed by the monopoly capitalist school. And it's not just manifesting a late stage of development where the laws established on the basis of free competition are suspended. It is rather the concrete expression of laws of capital competition and the establishment of capitalist monopolies as distinct from feudal or mercantilist monopolies. In terms of policy, beyond strengthening antitrust interventions, enforcing equal access rules, structural separations, interoperability standards to undermine the capture of monopoly rents by the owners of digital platforms, we need to address the source of monopoly power in the concentration of proprietary rights in network technology and digital infrastructure. Thank you.
For your inspiring presentation. Now we will move to the last one, which is presented by Maria Enrica Virgilito from Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies. I'm sure. Okay. We will move into a concrete case, which is the big pharma industry. See. Can I have the movie?
So in the meanwhile, let me really thank Rama and all the organizer of this session and this table. And I think Rama, she already set the stages of many of the concepts that we are going to use into this paper, which is going to be actually an empirical paper, but that draws upon the concept of monopoly capitalism. And I would like to clarify and I mean, stress more what Rama was really putting on the table. So we need to understand monopoly capitalism from the production side, the way in which knowledge and the way in which technology is both generated and appropriated, and property rights. And for this case, I think that big pharma is really a case that might motivate empirically some of the theoretical points that have been raised so far. So I won't go through very much into the, let's say, theoretical aspect in terms of conceptualization of monopoly capitalism, but let me plug. Sorry. Let me plug the discussion in terms of, let's say, the context of choosing this specific sector and why it's important to look at the sector in terms of, let's say, monopoly capitalist perspective. So the pharmaceutical sector has been recognized as one of the most dependent on distribution of property rights, and these property rights are really, let's say, dependent on, let's say, intangible. And when you look at intangible, intellectual property rights become something relevant to look at that. The reliance of pharma on patents descends from the very nature of its production activity, and this is in line with what has been said. It's a very specific sector because it's a really knowledge-based sector. And whenever you talk about knowledge, you should think about not only non-excludability, but also reproducibility at basically zero marginal cost. Entry barriers almost exclusively related to knowledge generation. So the idea of how to protect the distribution of property rights becomes really important. Patents, what are patents? Patents have been considered, let's say, in the literature as a way, and we will see, to reward the innovative effort, but what we are going to show is that patents assure temporary exclusive use of such knowledge, which otherwise would be easily acquired by competitors. Knowledge embedded into pharmaceutical artifacts is often defined as discrete, and in this sense, the discreteness of knowledge is something that it again is specific to the attribute of the sector. Being discrete, it's very important to secure the space, let's say, of its appropriability. So it's really something that is naturally, if you want, monopolizable in a way. Now, what are the specific trends that we see in the sector? There is a big discussion in the literature, not coming from economics. Mainly, if you want to look at that, go into the British Journal of BMJ. This is a medical journal. It's a quite open journal, and you see a huge discussion which put a series of bullet points on what is the state of the industry so far and the way in which knowledge and innovation has been going on through, let's say, throughout the last years. Low innovativeness of new therapeutical treatments since 1980s. This is evidence for, there is evidence of new drugs approved in the US that has been, let's say, bringing low level of innovative content. Here you have the Book of Angel from US. You have also contribution from the EU and from Canada. So there is evidence of less and less new drugs approval. Low expenditure by big pharma in R&D, especially regarding basic research. So the way in which big pharma is going on is really the Pacman model that Rama was saying. Let's go through merger and acquisition, and let's put, let's say, money in acquiring new knowledge coming from low level, let's say, small scale firms, and we will see the case, instead of putting intensive effort in R&D. Establishment of company business model favoring commercialization and marketing to ensure sales. And here I would like to, let's say, add a point on what you were saying, because you were saying to secure monopoly, to understand monopoly, let's look at production. I would argue that the price system in the case of pharma is really something that particularly, let's say, for the global let's say, effect in terms of distribution from the north to the south is something that should be looked at that fact. We don't have data on prices, but I think that it's like really a closure on both sides. Establishment of company, yes, this I discussed, and crucial role of public financing for true discovery. So I think it's also an interesting case for, let's say, the state market relationship. Now, there are evidence that there are funding that NIH have been put there to publish, to contribute to publish research associated with new molecular entities. So whenever we have new forms of drug emergence, there are these called new molecular entities, and in many cases, we see that there is financing coming from the state. Moran et al., they do provide evidence of public financing responsible for 69% of research in neglected disease. So whenever there are diseases that are non-marketable, big pharma don't put money there. If you want to find, let's say, discovery in diseases that are, let's say, outside the scope of the market, you need the state to enter. And this is really not only a market failure, this is really bad design of the system. So I think we really need to understand this point. So in terms of theoretical motivation, really just the impressionistic bullet point, you might understand the concept of property rights with how in all, let's say, the evolutionary tradition in economics has been understood in two ways. You have the incentive view, according to which IPR are incentives to undertake innovative activities. This is the Schumpeterian approach, according to which monopolies give rewards to innovators. So they are necessary habits to drive the unbounded promises of innovation in capitalist society. So let us grant those innovators the right to innovate, give them awards. Then there is another view that is the one that we are going to develop in the paper. It is an opportunity view, according to which IPR are exactly forms of, let's say, creation of, let's say, artificial appropriation or exclusion in order to secure rents. So mechanism of generation of possibly unproductive rents. And I want to, I will try to, let's say, make clear by means of the use of the data this statement. Both stream of literature recognize, in any case, patent as creator of intellectual monopolies. So this is where the two agree. Now, let's hear a word of caution, and in general, for those that look at patent data, be aware that patents are not really only a proxy of innovation. If you put the context of looking at patent data inside the innovation crisis, our research question is, are IPR institutions meant to foster innovative activity in the pharmaceutical sector, or conversely to secure appropriation and profitability? It's a quite difficult question to, let's say, address in terms of empirical evidence. Let's try what do we do and how, if we are able to convince you with the evidence that we provide. We do technological and firm level analysis of the pharma sector under a long-term perspective. We identify patterns in patenting activities, so patenting trends in pharma and underlying technological classification. We distinguish so-called process and product innovation, FDA approved, and we do this, you will see, because we construct a new data set that is particularly interesting. It's called Orange Book data set. We characterize patent quality by means of a number of indicators, identify patents whose innovative content is financed by government agencies, measure the extent of approvability by studying extended families, and we close the paper by means of firm level analysis of corporate performance for top patented firms. Is there any causality? No, sorry, there is no causality in this type of exercise, but I think I can prove you some interesting evidence. Mainly because we don't have, let's say, specific time events, but we want to have like a long-term perspective. Data and methodology, definition and data sources. Orange Book is a really important source if you want to understand what are the new, let's say, so-called products in the pharma industry. And it's something that is not, you don't find as a data set, you find as a PDF released every year. And inside we have drug products approved on the basis of safety and effectiveness by the FDA and related patent and exclusivity information. We make out of this data set longer runtime series. So we digitalize all the information and we link the products to the patents. It's not easy at all. Then we use wipe of field, the classification of patents into 35 broad technical fields, and we use the 16, that is the pharmaceutical. We clearly use PatStat in order to understand biographical and legal event patent data from leading industrialized and developing countries. Patents View, it's quite interesting data source if you want to link, let's say, information on patent data and, for example, additional data on government interest and statements on USPTO patent, additional data on government interest statement on USPTO patent. Then we have from OECD quality patent quality indicators. We use Orbis IP matched firm patent data, 10-year rolling window, and finally you cannot see, but we use CompuStat, that is a long-term data set actually from to understand the innovative activities of firms since 1960. This is the flow chart of let's say the data construction and the type of analysis. I want to go into that. Let's jump into our results. So first of all, summary statistics. These are the number of pharmaceutical patents that you find since 1837. So you have almost 200,000 pharma patents, out of which 97% are clearly coming from the last page since 1968. Why was that? Was pharma only, let's say, there because of let's say, IPR? No, actually, we see that there is a huge phase of existence of pharma without IPR. Okay, then IPR arrived, so it's really a change in the institutional setting, out of which are mentioned in this Orange Book. So only 3.3% of those patents are mentioned into the Orange Book. And you can say, okay, it's normal because those are patents that are coming from production processes and not for a product, but we will try to clarify more on that. Here to refer to the publication date of the first grant. OB Orange Book takes into account all editions between 1985 and 2020. So we have done these processes by means of PDF. Here it's what you find from the Orange Book excerpt. I want to go into that, but what you can know from the Orange Book is basically the name of the drug, you know the patents to which it is connected, and you know also, let's say, the therapeutical equivalent to which is linked. So you can have a series of information that you can take out of this excerpt that you have from Orange Book. And this for us was relevant in order to see the type of products that were in it. So here you see the absolute number of patents in the pharmaceutical sector, and here you see this number. Okay, you can say, okay, it's normal, but look at the fraction of those patents overall, the patentability, let's say, the patent capacity of the system, and you see that they closely mimic, let's say, the rising trend, if not even above the trend in certain phases. Now you look at the absolute number of Orange Book patents, and you look at the number of which of them are actually
let's say, a diffraction of OB patents over W16 patents. Why we do that? Because you want to see out of the numerosity of those patents, which one are really, let's say, bringing some type of new knowledge in terms of discovery of new drugs, right? So you want to see out of this type of appropriation, you are discovering something or not. And you see that the fraction is not very high. You see an increasing trend, but it goes from 1 until 4% out of these tons and tons of patents that are there. Okay, clearly people that knows patents, they are not satisfied with that because they will tell you, okay, but you know, you have a lot of chemical processes going on, you have a lot of, let's say, production phases, and in fact, if I look at the breakdown in terms of CPC category, I see that in many of them, in many of these patents, you have methods, apparatus, so type of production, no information. So you claim, okay, why are you looking at products and inside something that grant processes? But it's not entirely true because you see clearly the distinction in terms of OB patents where you have like, let's say, more direct type of scope into the innovation. Then let us to better qualify the innovation behind. So we look at, let's say, patent quality indicators. Those are, let's say, standard quality indicators that are backward citation and NPL citation and number of claims. Just a minute.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Five.
Okay, forward citation, back through. All these type of indicators are standard quality indicators that you might use in order to, let's say, validate the quality of your patent. And what you see is that you see in general that when you look at backward citation, and backward citation estimate the degree of novelty, and when you look at also breakthrough, let's say, type of cited patents, so top 1% of most cited patents, clearly you have truncation effect. Here you see the dynamics in terms of both the median level in the pharmaceutical sector and of the patents, and then you see all patents average, and you see that where are they really growing? They are growing in, let's say, in NPL citation, that is a measure of the contribution of basic science to industrial technology. So they are actually growing on the type of knowledge that they do really acquire from outside. So from, let's say, patent, non-technical type of field, but from the scientific field. But you don't see any big trends in terms of over time, in terms of the type of quality as breakthrough innovation. You see that in number of claims, they are almost steady, and you see a lot of backward citation. But whenever you have a lot of backward citation is something that tells you that you really rely on what the others are doing. But still, I'm not convinced with that. I will skip this. I will give you, this is the share of breakthrough patents over time, and you see that there is no big rising trend. Okay, you see constant dynamics, and if you look at the breakthrough patents, where breakthrough are defined in terms of being in the top, let's say, 1% of cited paper. Again, this type of performance is not really something that is should be enticing you if you really believe they are rewarding innovation. In any case, let's move. I want to really go into something that might give you an idea of how the cited patents construct, let's say, barriers. Here is the number of government agency interests. So in terms of, let's say, the percentage of them that receive financing from the US, and you see an increasing presence in W16 patents and a decreasing presence of the state in OB-related patents. And remember that whenever you had, let's say, huge discovery, the state was there to do, let's say, non-ordinary type of innovation efforts. So the declining evidence of the presence of the state, it is an indirect evidence of the less quality that you have behind those product patents. The last thing that I want to, let's say, discuss with you is the presence of so-called extended patent families. What are patent families?
Patent families are generally two types. You might have families if you ask to grant the patent into different USPTO, but you might have patent families also if you have an extended a collection of patent documents covering a technology. The technical content covered by the application is similar, but not necessarily the same. Members of an extended patent families will have at least one priority in common with at least one another member. So they present similar type of structure and knowledge behind. And here you see the trend in terms of patent families. In general, if you have a new form of emergence of patent, you should rise with a new family. If you rise attached to an existing family, it means that you are already, let's say, a son or a daughter of someone else. So it means you are not bringing really, let's say, new innovative content, and you see the drop. It's not truncation because the drop comes around 2000. You see the drop in terms of patent families, and you see the extension going on. Here you have even elements in terms of distribution of the main. Here you look at the concentration of trade names, so what they do search for, and you see a really massive concentration in terms of the patent in very specific type of let's say, therapeutic content. So you see that search is really, let's say, localized in terms of specific type of information. These I will skip. Those are the level of, let's say, profitability and R&D. These are basically the final estimation that we did, where we try to understand whether just correlation between the R&D, let's say, expenditure and profitability is somehow more or less is stronger vis-a-vis the relationship between R&D and expenditure and innovation. And we find stronger correlation between profitability and R&D rather than, let's say, innovation and R&D. This is long term. Here we're using composite data, and this is individual firm level data correlation, all the top of the top, let's say, patenting firms, where you see Pfizer, you see Merck, you see Johnson & Johnson, you see all of them. But I think I can go into this point if it is interesting. Just to give you an idea of this Pacman model, when you compare, let's say, this sector, you see, let's say, firms as Pfizer, but you see firms as Ionis. What is Ionis? Ionis is something like the just right firms that has to be acquired. So it's really the Pacman model. And here I conclude with the increasing reliance on prior art and scientific knowledge in terms of findings, low and decreasing amount of breakthrough innovation, concentration of patents into a few trade names, decreasing government support concentrated into innovation, fewer families with increasing size, think at the Pacman model, converging from profit margins but diverging R&D margins. And that's it. I stop.
Very huge effort in combining this data. So, from the analytical point, and I will now pass the floor to Anna Maria Simonazzi. She will introduce the discussion of the three papers.
Thank you. Well, thanks to all the presenters for the presentation and the papers, which were very interesting reading. The three papers are, as has been explained, a part of a monographic issue, monopoly capital or the Cambridge Journal of Economics, and therefore my comments are somehow linked to the reflections aroused by the discussion, by the overall discussion this morning, with specific focus on digital and technological innovation. We have been told that power and control rather than market shares are important. Is this very different from the world that Adam Smith was describing in 1776 when he argued that to widen the market and to narrow the competition is always the interest of the dealers? I think that the same objective is pursued, but we have here a multiplicity of forms to narrow the competition and reap the advantages of power and control over markets. There's seeing intellectual property rights, as in the case of the pharma industry, asymmetric information for subsidization, predatory prices to enter high-value product segments, trespassing the confines of industries, as mentioned yesterday by Grazia, the relentless urge of platforms to extend their control in all possible direction, they over-labor government suppliers, competitors, clients, as was argued before by Claudio Costa. Bundling services across multiple business lines create obstacles for competitors in any single line. So, given the scale of their activities and exploiting the control of a political vital asset like private information, and their de facto alliance with a strongly locked-in customer base, digital platforms expand their sectoral scope, increasing the amount of value extracted from markets and third parties, always working for the account. So, the story that all these papers tell, seems to me, is a story of a huge process of redistribution of income, rents, profits, and power within capital and between capital and the rest of society. So let me tell you, within capital, we have seen disruption of competing sectors, the newspapers in the case of advertising, retail in the case of digital platforms, and the sellers through Amazon, for instance. Cross-sectors diversification, for instance, the entry of bigger digital companies into banks and finance, exploiting the property on big data, which provides a competitive advantage over banks, or in health, which is even more dangerous, collecting sensitive data from hospitals or from other forms of control of the internet. So, and again, pervasive penetration of digital technologies in manufacturing and services. We have then all this redistribution of profits across sectors and within the capital. But then we have a redistribution from firms to consumers, subsidized advertising, again, who bears the cost of advertising? Is the price to the final consumer inclusive of the costs, or are there the sellers through Amazon? And again, a redistribution between capital and labor. There are studies that illustrate that monopsony in the labor market affect wages, and increasing the degree of concentration corresponds to a decrease in the wage, or within labor. Eventually, a distribution between countries. Here we have competition and subsidization, and perhaps sometimes also cooperation. But does the market power accrue to incumbents with the new technologies, dynamic economies of scale, private appropriation of knowledge, patents, hierarchical organization of global value chains, make it impossible for countries which are lagging behind to catch up? I mean, what are the barriers also for development, not only for other firms implemented now? And is state assistance enough in this new world? So my first question to all of you, it relates to the relative power of big business and states. Global corporations deploy the threat of relocation abroad as a weapon to buttress monopoly power, it has been argued. So, is there a mutual dependency or interdependence, as it was argued this morning, or is it a sort of more complex relation between big firms and the states? Are governments caught between competition in support of national industries and the need for cooperation to regulate the phenomenon that goes beyond national borders? So, what is the problem? How to regulate digital firms, for example? We in Europe know very well, if there is no cooperation with the United States, what? And then what about the competition between the European and the United States? So, do we need a revolution as this was argued this morning? The second, I will skip the distribution. The second point I would like to argue is the problem of consumption and consumers. In the paper on advertising, they analyze, the authors analyze the dramatic ways in which the use of digital platforms has transformed the generation and distribution of subsidies and the appropriation of space. One point which I found very interesting, not on internet, advertising is a subsidized activity that sometimes subsidizes other activities, and then the historical novelty lies not in the separate parts of the business model, but in the advertising subsidized technology, which builds up an audience for advertisers while simultaneously collating data for those advertisers on that audience. So this is a problem of control of consumption, consumers, and power from the ones who are advertising the problem. But the point which I would like to raise is the effect on consumption. And the issue, does advertising increase consumption, thus contrasting the underconsumption tendency? This is a question that is on the paper. Or does it simply redistribute a given consumption? It seems to me that there is at one point the argument that it is literally impossible for advertising to change overall consumption propensities, except through borrowing, or perhaps extending the working time to consumers, if we believe in this. But I was also thinking, couldn't there be the old Duesenberry effect, to use an author that is perhaps old enough, which may work also in developing countries. So advertising through imitation could expand the market also towards new consumers that are brought into the market by imitation. I have a more specific, how much time? 1 minute? Yeah. But there was a more specific question on carbon. I didn't understand what we thought that concentration, apart from affecting economies of scale, efficiency, and productivity, would have on prices. Because it seems that it is only, as you said, optimistic, but what about the price? Finally, related to property rights and wealth, as for the pharma sector. You posed a very interesting question. Does society, you said, society faces a dilemma between incurring the social costs of monopoly, for which the innovation will be available at higher prices and lower quantities than in total competition, or incurring the social costs of not having the innovation at all because innovators refrain from investing in research and development. Your answer is no. Okay. But you show also in your historical disclosures that it was not always like that. You say that in Germany and then in the United States until the 80s. Well, it would be possible, it would be interesting to know which were the conditions that allowed this process, and in order to see if it is possible to undo those conditions that led to the monopoly of big pharma. And the second question is, can one country or a group of countries, the EU, for instance, act in isolation? No, I would like to conclude with a general question, and it's my really last question. Diane Cole of the University of Cambridge noted that handful of dominant companies are likely to benefit enormously because they will use deep learning algorithms like a GPT-4 to build new services and products, enhance their market power, and direct insurmountable barriers to entry. So my last question, apart from the fact that correctly, Grazia said that we can turn these new innovations also for the good and not only for the bad, but is regulation capable to keep pace with these innovations? And or are we condemned to be always one step behind?
Okay, thank you, Maria. Very rich discussion. We can collect only 2 questions because Dario is like watching me. I see. Okay, Jacopo and Chris. Yeah, of course. Otherwise, from that questions.
Let's make questions, not make.
Short questions. Yes.
Oh, okay. Huh?
No, il microfono.
So should I stand before?
Sorry for that.
Where is my key?
Si cade, ma si che cade.
I don't know. Sort of churchy or kind of family training. No, so I have 2 main points. We talked a lot about IPRs, and but the very 2 examples we set forward, digital platforms and the pharmaceutical sector, show that IPRs are not really the same in every sector. And for instance, when we talk about intellectual property rights in technology, in digital platforms, in that context, I think that we should also think about the fact that most of that stuff is actually free and readily available to everybody. It's on GitHub, which is a free platform. It can be done by everybody. What I think is interesting for that is more about the appropriation of human capital and the appropriation of, in a way, strong enough finance in order to put the kind of fixed costs that are needed for developing, and that I believe brings the digital monopoly story much closer to a classical monopoly story, rather than talking about IPRs in different sectors, which are kind of different contexts. And second thing is, I'm working on Amazon, and I was struck by the comment about high street, destroying high streets. And in a way, what I found is rather than high street was already down. It was brought down by malls, by big box stores, by large multinational corporations. It was spreading economies of scale, which is what we know about. Rather, the interesting thing is that the local bookstore is right now using eBay and advertising itself on Facebook for €5. And so kind of getting back into the game, what is suffering is Barnes & Noble, is the Feltrinelli for Italian speakers, who is now at a disadvantage in data collection with respect to everybody else. It's IKEA that is suffering from the fact that Amazon sells furniture.
Okay.
So maybe that's something we could factor in, and I would say that this reinforces the power of the large digital monopoly at the center of it, because it makes all the players around it much smaller.
Okay. Chris?
Very much. Very quick comments. One is that in your paper, a very good paper, but I think one important missing element is what we do these days, which is to pay to delay or pay to go away. Because the major problem, imperfect as it is, IP was allowing after X years generic producers to produce generic drugs for the city. and now it doesn't happen. And it's almost, it's one of the biggest failures of anti-capitalism, in my opinion. Because the big company will just stay a generic company, not to produce the generic, in effect share the surplus and keep the price up. It's worth looking into this. Where I wanted to ask company to ask to tell people that not even keep to imagine what advertising was going to develop into when analysis has actually developed another sort of this point, so I will not make it. I want to finish with a question, Amma. Is it possible to elaborate slightly more on how monopoly capitalism undermines the Marxist theory of value and competition? I mean, my first paper 2 days ago was on the theory of value, and I want to share a bit more of it. Thank you.
Be more and very, very dangerous the last part in terms of time.
Too much Marx.
In quick reaction in a reverse order, Marga.
Me, no, very, very two replies, one to Anna, which I really thank you for going to the paper and reading the paper. So thank you so much. Regulation. Well, it's also related to your question. Here, I think, or we stop thinking about regulatory tables as table where everybody has the same right and there are no, let's say, predefined agreements. And we understand in terms of political economy those tables, or we fail. So we fail to understand the role of regulation. I don't see that regulation here has been helpful. You see the case of, for example, not giving the possibility to do, I mean, all the type of restriction they do for even for the case of the reproduction of the vaccine during COVID. And there have been countries in terms of WTO agreements that were really against the possibility of just allowing the reproduction. So I don't see the problem is with patents. We were able at least to have after 50 years the disclosure, and now not even that. The problem is that they are secure whatever they can, and as a state, we have been financing them to do what they actually are. I mean, they are profiting out of public knowledge. So I don't see any type of regulation in this respect. IPR should basically be more or less, let's say, overcome, because it's really a problem of it's really a problem of let's say regulatory failure. So it's not like let's do it faster or longer.
Really.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. Very quick response. In terms of the effect on consumption, I think that's kind of an empirical issue, but I suspect, particularly in advanced capitalist economies, it's more of a redistribution of consumption. We kind of touch on that when we talk about the location of advertising and then and the impacts of consumption there. Clearly, the advanced capitalist countries were heavily indebted. We've historically relied on consumption to drive economic growth, and since 2008, growth has been stagnant, particularly in Europe and the UK. So I think it's pretty much, looking at it, from afar, I would say it's really more about redistributing consumption. On Caldor and prices, I think just remember he's writing at the particular time, early 1950, in fact. Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about economies of scale. I would imagine he's thinking that should lead to lower prices. But what's key, I think, is from a monopoly capitalist perspective, is on the price cost margin. And all the subsequent studies that have looked at advertising since that time with the data have always shown that advertising has is positively related to the price cost margin. So it enhances monopoly power. And that's the thing that you'd focus on in industrial organization studies. In terms of regulation of these digital platforms, yeah, I mean, ideally these are social platforms that should be probably socially owned in some form, but I do fear that the genie is very much out of the bottle now. I mean, how do you raise the point? How do you put into public ownership digital platforms which are global in scope? So and that's a very difficult question to answer. I'm going to try to answer now. It's something we can think about going forward, but the regulatory approach seems to be the way in which the big supranational body, the EU, the United States, are going down that road. But as of always with regulation, as I said earlier, it's always one step behind the technology.
Raman. Okay. Thank you for the comments and questions. So let me start with the question on the big business and state. I mean, I don't think we have an adequate theorization of the state, but what we're seeing is, I mean, it's not so much, I mean, it's not simply mutual dependency, it's also a class alliance, and the state being a capitalist state. And you see it in terms of the state and finance. I mean, what sometimes we call the doom group, how the state is always bailing out finance at the expense of labor and working class households, but also in terms of capital. The capitalist, I mean, it's a state which it subsidizes capital, it provides, I mean, in terms of subsidizing R&D, property rights, the whole regime of property rights, which allows patents both in digital and in pharma and other spheres. So I think it's, I mean, you have to see it as a capitalist state and an arena where conflict is resolved or arbitrated. On the question of, I don't think there's such a big fundamental difference between, I mean, the intellectual property right in pharma and in digital technology, except that in digital kind of sphere, you have network externalities. But the whole thing is about creating, I mean, so there's an added effect which goes to reinforce structural power. So, yeah, and quickly for the last question, which is the kind of the question requires an hour for me to actually answer, but to just, I mean, I think my, so I cut my teeth on Marxist political economy reading Monopoly Capital back in India. But then I got exposed to this whole long period method and the classical Marxist approach. And I spent a lot of my intellectual life trying to reconcile the two. And the point which I think I'm trying to make is that monopoly capital, which I interpret as the corporate form, the dominance of the corporate form, it does not mean it does not necessarily imply a suspension of the classical, of Marxian kind of theories of value or classical theories of value. And if you think of it as, I mean, these layers of successive layers of approximations towards concrete reality, which is, I think, the method in Marx. What you're seeing is not suspension, but a transcending. So you have an underlying dynamic, a law, which is now superlaid by another thing. So it's like constructing a edifice on a foundation where each layer is kind of, it's not suspending it. It doesn't mean that the law of value is now kind of no longer at play. What it means is its play has now been mediated through new kind of layers, which is what monopoly and the corporate form is doing by impeding capital mobility, by creating a legal, a legal financial entity, which can in some senses remove itself from the equalization of the profit rate, which is integral to the competitive classical Marxian competition process. So I think that is my argument, because this debate between kind of, does monopoly capital mean that the law, the law of value as governed by production conditions no longer matters, or it's no longer operable? I've been trying to get out of that while trying to show you have a capitalist monopoly, which is distinct from feudal land,
Okay,
which is based on competition. So
thank you all, and we have that outside, not outside here, and so we'll meet again at 2, 10 past 2, I would say. Dario is saying yes. So we have a little bit more time for lunch and obviously for discussing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we were a little bit more relaxing in terms of time, but you know, it's a very dense presentation, and so I need time to
So, Sanjin, let reconvene at 2, at 2:05, and then I will give you the privileges to share your screen, right?
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
thanks. See you soon. Yeah,
So thanks for being with us.
yeah, sure, no problem. See you later.
Hi, Sanjin. I would suggest you to go first, if this is okay for you.
Okay,
Is it
Yeah.
okay?
yeah, or I can go the last, either
So-
way works for me.
Okay, we'll start in 5 minutes, by the way.
Okay,
Let's check if you can share your screen.
okay. Does this work?
Okay, great. So we can see your slides, so it works perfectly. So
Okay.
you can stop sharing now.
Okay, great. Okay,
Okay, in any case, you can also stay with the screen shared, and we start in 5 minutes more or less, okay? However, you will see the
Okay.
chair and we will let's say be introduced, so no problem.
okay.
We are about to start again. Sorry for the little bit longer interruption, but given the, let's say, weight of this morning session and the amount of issues and the small delay, a little bit more time for coffee and drinks was deserved. So this session is chaired by Grazia Ietto, and we thank her very much for accepting to chair it. What I would suggest, since one of the panelists is connected and is intervening from the US, so we'll give a presentation online. I propose the switch in the lineup, so we will have as first the presentation by Zongjin Lee from the University of Missouri. This is a co-authored paper, and if you want, you can introduce it, Grazia, and then we will switch to Zongjin Lee presentation.
Good afternoon to everybody and to the speakers. Thank you for being here. Now, this session is about industrial development and industrial strategies in the era of big tech. And we have 4 speakers: Antonio Andreoni, Sandrine Laborie, Zongjin Lee, with whom we will connect shortly, and then David Bailey. Sorry, David. Okay, I will tell you the names again, and I won't get it wrong this time, David. Thank you. So now we connect with Zongjin Lee from the University of Missouri, and she's going to talk about platform power, monopolization and financialization in the era of big tech.
Okay, so Zongjin, the floor is yours. You have 15, 18 minutes for presentation, and then at the end of all presentation, there is some time for Q&A and discussion, and you can reply in the end in reverse order, so you will be the last one replying to comments. So now I will shut down our mic so not to have echo in the room, while we will be able to listen to you as you are speaking, and we already can see your slides. So thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Now I will shut down our mic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. I am Zongjin Lee. I work at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. And the other co-author of this paper is Hao Qi. He works at Renmin University of China. Sorry, we are not able to present in person, but we very much thank the editors for the special
sorry, wait a minute,
Cambridge
because
Economics.
We have to solve. Okay, wait a minute.
Big tech.
Okay, wait a minute.
This is the one online now. So chiudiamone uno. Termina lì.